How many maps have I completed so far? I have completed 11. 11 maps so far. Alright, after I put these health bonuses in, I'm going to do probably a couple more secrets. Maybe one more secret actually, I don't want to do too many. This is a bit of a pain in the ass to explore, so I don't imagine too many secrets. It's going to be what people want. Everybody works at their own pace, don't worry about it. No I have not, nor do I plan on using it. I think I may have seen a couple of streamers like use it. I don't know if that means that because I don't use it, then it must be good. I wouldn't spend a lot of your time comparing yourself to other people, because then you won't actually. I mean, you will, but you'll have a harder time progressing forward if you just keep comparing yourself to other people. I've technically been mapping since '98, but I wouldn't really classify that as like real. It's not really something I've taken super seriously. I've tried to make entire megawads before, and they have failed horribly, multiple times. Either because I don't like them eventually, or things without my control. But I did a big spout of mapping in 2003 to 2004. Then my hard drive crashed. There was no backups available because we're poor, we didn't have any other hard drives, so I lost just about everything. But I lost motivation to do any more mapping, so I just left it at that point. Came back about 5 years later, started mapping again, realized it was actually kind of shit. And started working on trying to not be shit. Now, some may argue, in fact, some would definitely argue, that I am still shit. That's fine. But at the very least, I know I have improved a fair bit over the years. So I only started taking it like super seriously around 2010, 2011. My first release was 2014 on whatchamacallit, on the AS session. That was like my first actual release. People liked it. And that kind of gave me a little bit of drive to do more, but then I got busy with a lot of other things. And it wasn't until about 2017. 2017 was when I actually properly picked up Doom Builder and was like, alright, we're making something with this. Just a map set that was originally nothing like it is now. It was originally going to be very different. It was actually originally going to be a Plutonia map set. That was my entire idea. I was just going to make a Plutonia map set. But as things went on, I started to change my mind. And, you know, being busy with multiple different things and life things going on. It took a bit of time, but I've been playing Doom for over 20 years, and I've been playing over 20 years. That doesn't make sense, Fortail. Oh, wait, no, yeah. I have been playing it for over 20 years. Yes, I have. What am I talking about? 30 years wouldn't make sense. 20 years makes sense. I've been playing Doom since 93. Pretty much since Doom 1 came out. Way back when. I know I was too young, I wasn't allowed to play it, but don't tell people that. And I got Doomcad at 98. As I say, it was more just fucking around. I don't know if I want to add any of those secrets. I feel like this map's fine with only 2. Let's give it a crack, shall we? Oh, so they're now full bright, so they can indeed be seen. Well, I hate being that guy. I may just be that guy for a second, but I might recommend putting it down to like Hurt Me Plenty. Because I haven't heard any real complaints about ammo conservation. I think maybe the first one I've heard that has problems with ammo. Hold up. Let me, I'm gonna add an ammo box in here actually. I feel like we're a bit skint on ammo. And the thing is with just the map set on UV is that I pretty much expect people who do it to know, like, I expect people to be very good at Doom. The fuck? What just killed a Kekko demon? Oh. I wonder when that happened. Ow. Fucking hell. Glad to see that there is actually sufficient things sneaking about being a pest. Well, when the full release of Jam finally happens, whenever that may be, the first episode will be a lot easier than it is currently. In order to make sure that the difficulty scaling actually, you know, is smoother than it currently is. Oh, I think I gave cells back, didn't I? I believe I did. set the cells back to the normal amount. May want to reduce that again. Would Jam be a full megawatt? Yeah, eventually. Eventually it'll be a full megawatt. Holy fuck, okay. Now you see, that's why I've been adding block monster lines, so that that doesn't happen. I gotta make sure to add one here. Just gonna do that real quick. I'm more been just trying to find the drive to do it as of late. I don't know if I'll have the energy after all this is done, but if I do, I should like immediately go back into it. Oh yeah, I don't have the blue key. Alright, I didn't get any secret. Just double check the secrets work. I thought I did the pass use thing. Did I not do it on that side? Is that the problem? Oh wait, no, I think the doors are flipped the wrong way. I think that's the reason. I think they'll work now. I gotta double check that they work, but they should work now. Secrets. Wait a minute. That does more damage. I didn't even fucking realize that. I accidentally gave that more damage. I'm trying to remember what the other secret is. It's over here. Oh yeah, I was gonna do a very early secret to just give a chainsaw. That's what I was gonna do. Just right out of the gate, just give a chainsaw if the player's paying attention. Yeah, the thing is with Gem is I actually have like all the maps, like I have the themes for each map planned. I have what I want to do planned, but I just haven't done it. I think the main reason I stopped recently was because I was trying to get some D-hack working and Wackhead 4 kept crashing. And it was starting to really, really annoy me. Hey, picture. Yep, nano crimage. See, the way Wackhead reads some things is a bit strange, and it's why I was having issues. I wanted to create an MBF4, MBF4? What the fuck am I talking about? MBF21 set. It just wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. And it turns out I was supposed to just use extended D-hack rather than MBF24. If I wanted to, sorry, 21. If I wanted to use MBF21, I had to, well, I don't know if I have to, but it's what I do anyway. I just use a notepad and add the things in that way. Because I just could not get it to work normally. And it's difficult to find help because there's not much documentation for it. I almost feel like trying to figure everything out and doing a tutorial on YouTube or some shit. Because I know I'm not the only one that has issues with trying to do D-hack stuff that's way more advanced. Oh fuck, wrong way. MBF21 allows you to do some wild shit. You look at Judgment is a good example. It's an MBF21 set. There is a lot of new unique enemies in it. And that works. It's only more recently being used a little more. But yeah, it's got a lot of potential for wild stuff. Yeah, and there's that too. Like, you can also map in MBF21, and it has a few extra features like ground monster block lines, so that flying monsters can go over things, but ground monsters cannot, which is very handy. You can go a bit wild with weapon customization and monster customization. You can add a shitload more monsters, and it's supposed to just fine. And you add new projectiles, it's supposed to just fine. It's a little more complicated to try to get working than Decorate. And then there's instant kill floors. Another good addition. Alright, well, I'm going to call this map finished. I'm going to jump to map 12. I'm going to make a duplicate of this. I'm going to make a backup and make sure that everything's fine. I love it as the kill flows. They're great. So last night I wanted to change the Spider Mastermind, and I saw there was the flying variant, not the one with the jetpacks, but the flying Arachnorb one. And I'm like, I kind of want to use that, but the sprites aren't that great. The sprites are not good. They do not animate very well. They feel very stiff. I may still use it, but if I want to use it, I need to actually edit the sprites myself, and I may do that. But I may also just leave the Spider Mastermind as is. I think I'm gonna sketch up. So this is, I mentioned this before, but I'm mentioning it again. That this is very much a heretic style exit, if that makes any sense whatsoever. It probably doesn't, but it's the type of room where you go, where you try to do things, and then eventually it just reveals a boss. And there's a big square room with a teleport in the middle. It will make more sense when I make it. Is that really a square? That feels like it's bigger than a square. But, you know what? Numbers don't lie. Unless you make them. You know, there was a point where I said I was going to make windows. I guess I'm not making windows. You know what? I don't even think this room is big enough for what I want, which is weird because the room is pretty fucking huge, but we'll see. I do want the room to be a bit bigger than this. Yeah, sort of do. Alright, that should be that. Yeah, that works.
I just thought of something. Should have thought this earlier. Okay. I have been more tiled today than the day before. I don't know where that rotated. It was very weird. Ooh, that's weird. I don't know what happened there. Oh. I should probably actually just decorate this room immediately rather than waiting on it. Oh my god, I actually feel like I could go back to sleep, unironically. Don't know why I'm so fucking tired today. Shit. Well, fuck. What the fuck are you doing, Vortel? Oh my god, I seriously cannot fucking focus. I'm gonna say this entire thing is incorrect. How did I do that? Man, I legit cannot concentrate today. I did not get enough sleep, and which is weird because I did get enough sleep, but I am apparently extremely fucking tired. This is gonna be a bigger pain in the ass than I thought it was gonna be. I just realized what I want to do, and unfortunately it's gonna take a while. We'll go with it anyway. Oh, I should have done the other thing first. Yeah, 100% should have done the other thing first. I should give myself more work to do. So do we have any podcast listeners in the chat? Because I think soon we'll be putting on some of Nirvana's podcasts that he's done. god, I am really sorry. I am fucking tired today. I do not know what's wrong with me. I was wide awake until like 20 minutes ago, and then I just feel like I'm passing the fuck out. I think it's probably that set I want. So it'll look cool when I get it, but it's just a case of getting it. That's going the right way. It's going the wrong way. So those two are backwards. Interesting, I didn't think they would be. It's a little easier to see. I'll change the ceiling brightness eventually. Here comes the part that's going to be really annoying. It's going to take me a long time to get through. This one at a time, so don't fuck it up. Uh-oh, what happened? Bit of a weird loading issue there for a second. How the fuck have I got this backwards? Oh, I think it's because of the order I labeled them. Yeah, it is the order I labeled them. Oh god, I'm too fucking tired for this. Just had a thought, are those floors even animating? No, they're not animating. I figured they would be. Actually somewhat important that they animate, but I guess they're not animating. Okay, program, I'm gonna need you to not unselect everything. Again, if somebody in the chat knows how to stop this from unselecting all the sectors, I would really appreciate it. It has done this to me for years and I cannot seem to stop it. These animate. Just look a bit better, but I kind of wanted the brighter blue. We'll go with that for now, I guess. Maybe I'll change my mind later with it. Zoom in a lot faster, yeah. Alright, okay, here we go. Oh, fucking need this for all these, don't I? I am a moron. Really could have made this a lot easier on myself, but I have decided to choose pain. Pain is the chosen flavor today. That's what we're going with. We're still in the negatives. I should have reset all the numbers here, but I'm too late at this point. I don't remember what color a fire stick was in here before. I think it may have been blue. I needed a much better numbering system than this. Let's just see if it works though. It did work. It's good. And before I start breaking every step, I gotta make sure I've got everything else detailed here. Because I do not want to ever come back to this to have to re-detail it all. I don't know if this is exactly what I want to do for this, thinking about it. question of whether, if what I'm doing is worth it or not is starting to come into my mind. Oh, I hope it is, but I don't think it is. I think if I get this working, I'll feel a little more relaxed and I won't have to fucking get mad. At my fuck-ups. I am currently mad, but see how long that lasts. Nah. Not taking it too far at that point. Alright. Before I start the, oh shit. I wasn't actually done yet. I forgot about one thing I wanted to add. Oh. What happened here? Why did that happen? Where did the textures go? Why did they remove the textures? What did I do wrong this time? But I can't just copy paste it the same way I've done before because it's not going to work that way. I'm gonna do this. This should just automatic. Oh, I gotta be careful. Because it's gonna end up bugging out. Should be okay. Shouldn't have to lower all these sectors to make sure they work. They should just work as is. I guess just gotta do the same thing with the things here. Really going the extra mile for an effect that absolutely will not be worth it in the end, but whatever. I'm now paranoid I've missed something important in what I'm doing right now. I shouldn't have, this is just work. Okay. Despite these stairs looking like a massive pile of ass, we finally got that done. Dog, go to your bed. Why are you looking at me like that? I'll go. There's literally a fucking acre of space for you to get to your bed. Oh, just added that recently. Okay, right. Be sure the ceiling looks correct. I'm gonna put on one of the Nirvana things after I'm done with this particular segment. I think it would actually be quicker if I shift click here and just deal with the other ceiling textures later. There we go. Okay, so now we just need to deal with these steps being lowered and then raised later. Actually, okay, this won't be as bad as I thought it would be because I could just do this. They are exactly the same. At least they should be exactly the same, so they should just work. So the thing that isn't the same is this one. This is a unique one. It doesn't have the thing above its head. Right. So we need another one. We need another sector in here, don't we? Yeah, we need another one. Right in here. Oh. They're still connected. Yep. So this one and that one joins. Like that. We do this for every one of these steps. Except we don't need that many, we need 4. Only don't need 6. Oh wait. No, that's not gonna do it, Mortal, you idiot. It's only gonna work for one step. Not gonna work for every step. Fucking dumbass. Okay, hold on. Split this like that. Okay. Join that one. Get that one. Join that one. As the universe doesn't explode, we should be fine. Alright. Oh, why did that turn into a solid sector? I had no reason to do that, but it did. Okay, so the next step. That one with that one, join. That one. That one. Wait, what? Oh, that's not good. That is not good. Something went horribly wrong. Something just went terribly wrong. Right, these need to be 3. I don't know why they're 4. Actually, I do know why they're 4. Alright, okay, they get fixed. We get fixed. We're good. I seem to have this in a very strange order again. When it shouldn't be? How did I fuck this up? No, that's correct. Oh, because there's a 1 there. I didn't even notice that. That 1 is irrelevant. Alright, cool. Alright. Holy fuck, I am too tired to do this. I should not be doing this, dude. Should absolutely not be doing what I'm doing right now. Okay. So this shouldn't be joined. It's not joined, good. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13.
14. I don't know why these have tags. They shouldn't have tags. Why do I have those just with tags? Focus work, I'll do this first and figure out why the fuck you made a big mistake. Oh wait, no, I don't know why. Never mind. Makes sense. Actually, does it make sense? I don't think it makes sense. I think what I just said makes no sense. These are fine with 3. I don't know why they should not be. I don't know why they're that high. Redundant sectors. Okay. That's something highlighted that shouldn't. God, why did that one not lower? What did I fuck up there? Oh, because I don't think I've actually set the sector to lower these. That's fine. That's okay. Okay, we should be good here. Just double check again, make sure the first step works before doing anything. Yeah, that seems to be fine. That lowered like it should have. That does not have a side texture. What? Okay, apparently half of those stairs do not have side textures. I'm not sure why. They did, and I guess they got removed at some point. Cool. These are still there. I don't know why only half of the walls got removed. Oh, we're almost there. Right, okay. Just gonna copy paste this line again. For every step. Do need to join them though. That's nothing we need to do. So all these are joined, which is good, so. Join, give it a tag. Oh, 16, fuck me, dude. You've got weird numbers now. Giving yourself really bizarre numbers to work with. Oh shit. Join, that'll be 17, the next one will be 18. Alright, let me do the same for these. Right, 22, now we're back to where we should be in terms of numbering. Oh, fuck off, dude. I've just fucked it. I need Control Z for a bit. Fuck, dude. What a big fuck up. What a major fuck up. God. I'm too tired to be doing this. Holy fuck, I'm too tired to be doing this. Okay, back we go. Let's just have a tag 22. 23. Oh man. 24. And the final set. And 86, and then finally, this one should be 27. And with that, now we can like copy paste these lines and get them to work properly. Let's see, 7, 8, and 9. Why they're ordered like this, Fortail. This is really odd ordering. You really shouldn't have done that. Or 5, 6, 7, I think is correct. 7, yeah, it should be correct, I think. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Isn't there another row? No, that... Wait! Oh my god, I think I've just fucked up big time. 2, 3, 4, and it goes to 7. It jumps to 7. It fucking jumps to 7 because of course it jumps to 7. Good job with your numbering. Good keeping things organized. You massive fucking tit. Okay. So now we have weird numbers to deal with here, because I've removed some tags. So 16, 17, and 18. Okay. (16, 17, and 18. It's 22, 28. Okay, we can just go on from here. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. And nothing fucking broke. Everything worked. Holy shit. Actually did the thing, except I don't know why that sector has chosen to lower. It has nothing to do with these sectors, or why are they lowering? Oh, because the tag of 3. Yeah, Vortail, they're not... Wait, what? Why have I... Something's wrong. Something's broke. Yeah, I broke something. Yeah, that's correct. That should be the way it is. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to add new tags here. Because Vortail is a massive idiot. $29, $29. And 228s. All this is correct. I'm gonna have to add another sector here because it's just fucking majorly goofed. $8. You know, that should be 28. The other one should be 29. And this should be just 0. I don't think this needs anything. This is the worst sector tagging in history. Okay. I didn't lower, everything's fine. Everything's moving in that way, and everything's moving in that way. It's doing what it should be doing now. Okay, so now what we need are the 4 switches that will raise each step. I'm just glad that after this room is done, the rest of it is not even close to as rough as this. How did you fill those textures to match their neighbor? What, you mean that? Shift middle mouse. Middle mouse just puts it down. Shift middle mouse takes all the textures of the same type and pastes it in. Like if I do this, it'll cover that up. But if I bring this and put that there and then try it, it will block it. Because there's a different texture there. Alright, okay, cool. I need to prevent zero pressing. It may actually be too high. I know it'll be high enough. Wait, how high is that step? Okay, I need to make sure it's the adjacent floor and... Wait, is that gonna work either? I don't think that's gonna work either. Fuck. Oh, I just a bit of a situation I need to deal with, because I just realised it's a bit of an issue. Because there's 2 floors it has to reach. I'll have a think about that one. Shouldn't be that difficult. Hopefully. I'll deal with the more complicated one first. I don't think the sector needs to be this long. Probably just be that long. 256 is fine. So I need to hit 2 stops here. For this particular step. Do I need 6? I don't think I need 6. Okay, so I need to actually make sure these sectors are raised up here. So what numbers do we need? 25, 26, 14, and 27. Okay. Oops. I need this to, like, act instantly, I think, if I want this to work the way I want it to. Then we grab this line, we paste it like here. I think this will be far enough back. Next adjacent floor. Oh shit, is it gonna do that properly? I don't think it is. I just realized it's probably gonna break. I may as well give it a shot, but I think it's gonna break. So we had this switch here. Right. I set it to a switch or was it to walk? Okay, I didn't set it to switch. Okay. Yeah, I was worried about that. Well, that is a bit strange that that's what happened, but yeah, it's it broke. It's what I expected to happen because this isn't gonna quite work the way I want it to. So let's change that. Try that. Okay, why is it only affecting certain ones? Why is this one not even affected? Huh. Wait, am I actually just that brain dead? I'm probably just that brain dead. Yeah, I am just that brain dead. Genuinely fucking brain donor in the house. Okay. Is it going too fast? Is it just going over some of the lines? I felt 13, 14, 15. Yeah, that should be 15. It may be going too fast and it might be tripping over lines. Because the first set is thankfully on the same line, but we'll see. Because the middle steps actually do what they're supposed to do. They stop when they're supposed to. The other steps do not. Which is interesting. Should be next adjacent floor, so why is it not doing it? What if I just move this all the way back? Like, or maybe if I just delete the line. Let's just delete the line. Let's do a test where we delete the line and see if it ever does what it's supposed to do. As I don't think it does. I think it's ignoring what I'm telling it to do. Okay, no. Okay, it is doing what it's supposed to do. The problem is that I think this set of line, these set of lines here, are getting activated a little too quick. Maybe that's what's happening. Now the other issue I'm going to run into is that the middle platforms are going to start zooming up way further than the rest of them. Yeah, okay. So now it works. Probably move it back a little bit, maybe to about here. What I need to do now is have a second set of steps for the middle section specifically. So that it doesn't do the weird thing when it moves up by itself. Here. It's a bit risky trying to make things this exact. I think if I was to, if this would be tested in a different source port, this could cause a problem. Probably don't want this being too close. Alright, so the middle section. Okay, we have another problem. I'm gonna have to just create a brand new sector just for this one instance. This finagling is just too annoying. Okay. And how tall is this? This is 1152.
No tag. Okay, that should be that then. That should now work, I hope. Except there's the edges I forgot all about. I forgot about the edges. At least they're all just the same one, which is 26. Okay, now this should be good. There we go. Except I forgot there's also that one there. 27. At least the other ones should just do as they're told. Wait, would they do as they're told? Yeah, if I just do highest, it wouldn't be a problem. No, it will be a problem. I need to do this for all of them, because if I do this out of order, it's going to have this exact same problem happen. I need to do this for all 4 steps. Because if we do it out of order, it's going to break. Well, that's just fucking great, isn't it? It's just absolutely fantastic. Just adding more work to this stupid set of stills that should have been brain dead easy. From now on, chat, if I have an idea and I'm like, I've got this great idea, I'm going to go do it, I need everybody to just berate me immediately. Just tell me the idea is dog shit. Without even knowing what it is, just tell me that the idea is absolute dog shit. It's the worst idea I've ever come up with. Because if you don't, this happens. We're too deep in now, I have to finish this. I don't even remember the moving saucers in Ancient Aliens. Genuinely do not remember them. Actually, been a while since I played Ancient Aliens. I don't remember most maps. I need to give that another playthrough. So... So I think if I'm not a total moron, we should be able to finish this map today, because it's not a long one. I think that's why I had the confidence to just do this stair thing. I didn't think it was going to take this long though. Alright, so yeah, if we can just copy these lines and put them over here. For each of these. It would just be a case of just selecting the correct sectors and going. It wouldn't actually be that difficult, I don't think. Okay. I don't even need to do it this way, technically. But I'm doing it this way. Because they all need to stop there before they actually go up high. Right, okay.
I swear I will put the podcast on at some point. I'd rather get this shit out of the road that's going to irritate me if I get it wrong, and then when it's out of the way I'll put it on. Alright, so 2, 3, 4. We'll just do the inside sectors first before we do anything else. Four. And then 79. Fucking don't do that. Don't break things. It's already busted. Nine, 10, 11, 12. Right, okay, now for the other sectors, we have 19, 20, and 21. All this entire thing is so that I can have scrolling ceilings. $16, $17, $18. I wouldn't run into that like mood that I get into where I just hate the map and delete it, because this would be a wasted fucking day. Oh wait, is that even gonna work either? I've just realized something really fucking stupid and it's gonna just break the whole thing. So this is actually completely pointless. This is not gonna work. I basically just fucked everything right here. This is actually gonna fail. God, I want to kill myself today. I really do. Oh my fucking god. I really fucking hate what I'm doing right now. This is not worth the fucking effort. This is genuinely not worth the effort. Oh my fucking god. What a waste of time that was. That's not gonna fix the situation. How am I gonna do this? That's fine, don't worry about it, it's my problem. I actually don't think it's physically possible to do this. Unless there is a way to guarantee that a step is going to go to an exact position every time in Boom, I don't think I can do this. Wait. Okay, it may actually be possible because I've just found something that makes it really fucking easy. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to do all that again. Good job, Vortail, you just deleted all that without thinking. Vortail, why do you hate programming? This is exactly why I hate programming, because this happens all the fucking time with me. I waste hours of my fucking time trying to get this shit done. This type of thing happens to me all the time with programming. Okay, so this whole thing down here, this shit, pointless. There's no point in that section at all. There's literally no reason for that to exist. Absolute waste of time. It's in the same boat. This is shit that I'm like. This is shit I should have solved ages ago. This is actually not fucking difficult. Yeah, this entire thing I just did here, waste of time. Does nothing for me. Absolutely nothing. Okay, well it kinda does. This part, this top area does something for me, but everything else below it is completely useless. I'm gonna just leave it there, because I don't feel like deleting it in case it breaks something else, but there's no reason for it to exist. I've got the multiple sectors to lower in sync. I am just trying to get stairs to raise to a very specific height. And you can hit the switches out of order. However, I just found a thing I can do that just basically fixes the entire thing that I'm complaining about. Like, I don't even need... I mean, I can have multiple of these, I suppose. So what I can do... I'm going to test it with the first one. Let's see if this works. Should probably actually change these numbers real quick before I screw anything else up. Right. Okay, so that's that. Well, it actually needs to be 32, doesn't it? This work? I think this would actually cause a problem for a different sector. I'm gonna give this a shot, but I think this would actually cause a problem later down the line. The entire stream is just gonna be me doing these fucking stairs, isn't it? It's literally all it's gonna be. Right. Let's see how this functions right now. Oh. I need to, one of these voodoo dolls out. Okay. Not that one. Right. I'm sort of testing the walls on something to see if this just works as I intend it to work. Okay. Right, and that is where it should be. And there is literally no way for that to fuck up. So now I guess to do something similar with these other sectors. These other areas. We're gonna handle these one at a time to make sure they work one at a time. Because now we don't have to worry about adjacent flows or heights being wherever they are. I can just actually get them exactly where they should be. If I think I can get the numbers to add up properly. I think I can. I think adding up the numbers shouldn't be that difficult. Right. Brain, turn on for a minute. 2, 3, 4. And 19, 20, 21. Right, that should actually just work fine. I shouldn't have to do anything else with that one. That should just work first try. Oh. Almost. I think I've set it to 24, haven't I? Yep, okay. Almost needs to be slow. Alright. This should work now. Yep, that's just fine. The back ends do not have textures. That's going to have to be fucking fixed. Kind of forgot about that, actually. I can do that later. Okay, now for this one. It should require 2 24s. 2 sets of 24s should make that. Bring this over here to there. That's 104, right? Yes, 104, which should be down here. Yep, okay. Alright, so numbers do we have here? 789. And I think it's 16, 17, and 18? Yep. Because that's the odd one, that's the one with the weird numbers. So I deleted sectors earlier and forgot that I did that. They are all different actions? Oh yeah, they're supposed to be. Let me just create a single action that I want that's supposed to be what I want, and then I'll just set them all to that. Alright, save, test. I feel like I hear a cat. Can I hear a cat? No, I can't hear a cat, I'm just insane. Okay, that's cool. There we go. That's exactly where it should be. And there's the last one, which is actually the same as the one above it. Except it's 2 32s. And that should be that. Stairs should always be in the same places, no matter which order you press the buttons. Just do this now. Slow. 32.
Wait. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, and what numbers do we have to deal with? It is 10, 11, 12, 22, 23, 24. Alright. And with that, that should actually just be the whole thing working. And now we just need to get the textures in on each step. Oh yeah, don't do that. Oh, that took a little too long, so we gotta move that back a bit. Right, now if we hit every single one of these, it should all line up eventually. I need to move these sectors somewhere else actually, because I can heal them from over here. There. Was that so fucking hard? Jesus Christ. What a disaster. Alright, I want to actually test something. I don't like having wasteful sectors and shit. If I delete these lanes, will it actually cause the world to explode? It will. Well, I will have to do that. I make sure this still works. I'll just keep the bomb sectors. They're not really doing anything, but... I may need to test this in PR Boom. If I remember rightly, the speed for whatchamacallit, the speed for conveyor belts is calculated differently in PR Boom, I think. So I can remember testing this in PR Boom, and then actually, you know what? If I'm gonna do that, why don't I just make it a consistent speed? I think 64 is the consistent number. I think it is. I cannot remember if like that was ever changed, because I know there was problems before. And it was taking way too long to fucking get there. And it was taking fucking forever to get there. It needs to be a bit closer than that. Like, there. Now I'm actually deliberately being anal about it. Now it's too soon. $84. That a good enough distance? I think it's because of the second set lanes. Yes, the second set. And the first set's fine.
really determined to make this work. There we go. So the distance, if it's 24, is 76, and the other distance is 92. So what's this one? Is this is 32? So 92 distance should be fine. It's 24. 76, and the top one is fine. Alright, last test, I guess. It was actually buttery smooth by complete accident. I'll take that. There we go. Now just needs to move these sectors somewhere else. They're making a fucking racket. Maybe them like really far up north. Maybe I should put them really far down south. That's what I'll do. I'm going to put them really far down south when I actually make the lower half of the map. But, almost there. Literally almost there. Only one more thing that needs to be salted. And then I can fucking like relax for 10 minutes. Good gravy. I actually cannot believe it took me well over an hour to do this. I mean, only 3 hours to do this. Now for my next trick, I'm going to create a calculator in the Doom engine. I'm going to create Pugger's Map 29. Okay, I think what I actually need is a fucking massive, massive cup of coffee. Like, unironically. Just the biggest fucking cup you've ever seen. So I think my brain is genuinely quite frazzled today. Is my sister watching? I don't think she can. I don't think the hotel Wi-Fi is good enough. So I can keep pretending that this is her favorite robot master. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's everything. I don't think there's any other missing textures. I think that is now this entire thing finally fucking done. The entire step sequence is done, and it's probably still overly complicated. Oh, Christ. Again, I'm glad there's barely anything left of the rest of the level. Which means I should probably just finish decorating this room and finish it up, actually. Before I move on to the lower half. Does anybody mind if I go quickly get a cup of coffee? I kind of need a cup of coffee. I feel really, really drained. I feel so fucking tired. I don't even think coffee's gonna help, but I just need something. I'll go find some steroids, I don't know. Right, I'm gonna BRB, and then I'm gonna put on a Nirvana podcast, and we're gonna just have a listen to a talk with Benjogami. We're gonna get through this one at a time. Right, anyway, I'm gonna do a quick BRB because I want to look away for a minute or two. Just do not want to look at this for a little while, and then we'll be back. Also, for the record, raid night will be happening. Unfortunately for some, but when raid night is done, I will go back to mapping. For anybody curious. Well, I say raid night is happening. If enough heads show up, it will be happening. If we don't have enough heads, then I'm out. I'm just gonna continue mapping. But yeah, quick BRB. Okay. This is how tired I am. I put my teaspoon back on the kettle base, and I tried to put the kettle into the sink. That is how awake I am right now. Having one of these days. Alright, so how about we listen to some actual experienced mappers have a little conversation, shall we? So, this is a podcast known as An Evening with Nirvana. Nirvana is a mapper. Nirvana made Fractured Worlds. If you haven't played Fractured Worlds, I would recommend you get on that, because Fractured Worlds is fucking great. But, yeah, he's been pulling in a handful of people to just shoot the shit. He had Decino and Mount Payne, who are the two big names. He's pulling in a lot of big names, actually. Derek was one of the more recent episodes. So, I'm wanting to listen to these, and I don't think I'm going to get much of an opportunity to listen to them under normal circumstances. So we're going to listen to them together. We're going to have a nice React Andy listening party. I know everybody just ran away. I know half of you just ran the fuck away, okay? If I can give input to what's happening on the screen, I will do. Try that again. If I have any input to the audio being played, I will give, like, I will react. I'll be the React Andy that people want me to be, but otherwise, I'm just going to chill and listen to it, and I might pause or mutter or speak while I'm mapping, depending on what's going on the screen. But we will just have a chill listen. And if you're curious, I have asked Nirvana. He says it's absolutely fine. If you are wanting to watch this for yourself, here's the episode that we have right now. This is the episode we're going to start with. This is where we're going to go. There will be faint music in the background still, however, because there is no music in the actual podcast itself, so... let me know if it's too faint, though. I can adjust it a little bit. Like there, I think that'll be good enough. Alright, well, I will stop yapping. Why don't we just listen and take in some advice from mappers who want to have a discussion on mapping. While I also map. Oh, cats, can you not fight? Can you not fight? Oh my god. Don't do this to me today. This has been a bad day. I don't need you two fighting over nothing.
Hello and welcome to An Evening with Nirvana. This is going to be a podcast
Hello, Nirvana.
where I talk to a series of guests from the Doom community and maybe some people outside of it as well about level design, map creation, and other facets of game development. I'm Nirvana, and my guest today is Benjigami, who you'll probably know as a creator of various challenging slaughter WODs like Toilet of the Gods, Abandon, The Egg of Human Endeavors, and most recently his 90s vanilla throwback WOD, Down the Drain.
I actually need to play Toilet of the Gods. That's like one... That's something I still need to actually get onto. I don't know why I've been so slow on it. I would say maybe that's what I should do after I'm done this shit, but I have just got so much to do and so much on this list.
He also made a Doom pachinko machine for No Year, which I think might be his most impressive contribution to Doom, to be honest. So, let's get into it. Hey Benjo, how are you doing?
Hey, doing pretty good. I'm glad you like pachinko.
Yeah, someone told me about it, and I was like, oh, like, surely this won't work as well.
That pachinko machine in Noyi, by the way, is actually really impressive. I'm assuming they're going to talk about it, but it's actually really fucking cool. If you haven't played it, go for it.
Like, I was sort of hoping it would, but then I went in and it was brilliant.
Well, thank you. It was actually because Shock Blast was making a map where you have to just wait for vials to spawn. I think it's map 30 of Noya. And I thought like, oh, I think he was looking for things for the player to do while they were waiting. And so I made the pachinko machine. He's like, oh, it's kind of elaborate. I don't know if I want to include it. So it's just its own map now.
I feel like, I mean, I can't think of specific examples, but I think I've definitely had times where I've made, actually, no, I can. There's in Haste, the first map that I made for that, there's a pyramid in that. And I think I was talking to Mega about something, and I was like, we were talking about pyramids or something, and I just built this dumb pyramid, and I ended up using it for that Haste map in the end. But yeah, sometimes the scraps that you sort of have lying around end up being pretty useful. And I save a lot of stuff as prefabs just in case these days.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't do too much of that.
Yeah. So I'll start with like I'll probably do this for everyone. I'm going to start with the prosaic. How did you get into Doom originally? And how did you end up sort of getting into mapping in the first place?
Oh boy. Well, I got into Doom in the 90s. I went to Egghead Software with my dad to get Wolfenstein 3D, and it came with the shareware of Doom. And the guy working there was like, he saw me being a kid. I don't know how old I was, like 9 or 10. And he's like, "Oh no, you can't let him play this. Doom is serious, violent." And we're just kind of like, whatever. We got it, and it didn't run at all on our 286. I mean, it ran on our 286, but it was very low FPS. And eventually we got a better computer, and I played it, and I got like maximum Doom. I got a book on how to edit, and didn't do too much editing back then. But just sort of dipped my toes in. Then like Quake came out, I sort of forgot about Doom. Just moved on with the times.
Oh, so you played a lot of Quake?
Yeah, I got into Quake quite a lot. I played like Team Fortress when like Quake World came out with like the good netcode. I was like joined Team Fortress Clan and did all that stuff for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
And got into other variants like Quake 3 Fortress and stuff like that. So I sort of just left Doom as new games came out.
And did you ever think about mapping for Quake at all? Or like more recently, have you thought about it?
Recently, I've kind of thought about it, but actually I have mapped for Quake. For Team Fortress.
Oh, okay.
Just made, they weren't very good. I made it's called Chess. It was just called Chess, and it was just a grid of platforms above lava, and there's a flag on each side, and like an invuln and a quad damage. And so it was just like you have to hop across the grid to get the flag and try to capture it.
Platforming even in Quake. You can't, can't restrain
it was, and I feel like some of my designs still are kind of like that today, just like a very basic idea that I just want to make into a map, and then I find it fun at least. But it seems like other people kind of had fun on that map too.
I think, well, I think a lot of the strongest maps start with like a, just a strong core idea, and then, you build out from that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
So I looked at the Doom wiki a little bit here to sort of see what your first stuff was that you came out with.
I had to actually do that before I even got this podcast loaded, because Benjigami is a name I have seen all over the place, but I mix him up with like 4 different people and I cannot remember what maps he's made. Like, I know I've liked the maps, I just cannot remember which ones are his.
Map 29 of the Doom World Mega Project 2016 is what's listed as your first, which is Emergent, which that later became a format WOD of the same name. And I guess what I noticed about it playing it was that you already had like a relatively strong visual style, and your gameplay as well. There's a lot of elements in Emergent already that you can see a direct line from it to your latest stuff. So I guess I was wondering like what your main influences were at this point. Did that come from Doom WODs already at that point? Were you playing a lot of P WODs, or was that from other games?
Yeah, I don't think I had played too many PWADs at that point. Emergent actually wasn't my first. It was actually after Toilet of the Gods.
Oh, okay.
My actually very first thing that has been released is my Nova 3 map, Mayor Chrysium.
Oh shit, really?
And
Holy
then
fuck.
Toilet of the Gods, and then Emergent. And I think at that point, PWADs that I played like Back to Saturn X. I played Sunder.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it.
That's about all I can remember, honestly. Like, just random stuff. Like, I'll, look on Doom World, and I like my first maps, and the maps that just people post on the forum.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of my first maps. I've done a couple of streams, actually, where I just play people's first maps that they post. It's, like, one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah.
I should do that. That's a genius idea. I'm going to steal that idea. I'm going to actually quickly BRB. I have a bit of a headache coming on. I'm going to quickly just take a pill and then continue. Also, this cat is being a pest. Be back in like 10 seconds. Probably not that long. Probably 20 seconds, maybe even 30 seconds. If I keep talking, it will be 40 seconds. Okay, let's put it back on.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And also, like, I think I might have played some of Sunlust at that point too, and just like watching streams. Like I've done a lot of stream watching. Like I've seen more PWADs than I've played for sure.
Oh, me too.
So I'm sure that has had an influence as well.
Yeah, I think I listened to the Doom Radio interview, and you
Maybe I should do that next stream. Doom Radio. I haven't actually listened to Doom Radio in a long fucking time.
I think you said in that you came back to Doom through watching streams, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It was a combination of like just watching on Twitch, and I think it was like John Romero when he posted the Tech Gone Bad.
Oh yeah.
His E1 M8 thing that he released. It sort of just made me think, like, why am I not making Doom maps? Like, that's something that I could do. Why am I not doing that? Because at the time I was playing like Mario Maker, which I was having a lot of fun with. Because I'm also a Mario fan, but then like, yeah, Doom. I was like, I haven't played Doom in a while, and making Doom maps is fun. Why am I not doing that? So I started doing that.
So you're someone, because you've already talked about Quake, making stuff for that, and then obviously Doom, and then Mario Maker. So do you, when you play games, do you generally try to find some avenue into like making your own content?
Not really. I think it's just certain games that really give me that feeling, like, and maybe it's just their modability or like their core mechanics just really speak to me. Like Doom, I feel like I love the RNG. I love like the monster pathing is simple, but at the same time it's kind of chaotic and interesting things can happen that you don't expect. And yeah, and like in Mario, I like challenging Mario maps too, and also like I find that my Mario maps are similar to my Doom maps, and I like putting RNG in them.
Right.
There's not too much RNG in Mario, but there are certain things that you can add that add some RNG to it, or at least some chaos. So it's not just all precision jumps. I like to have.
So it's just a map full of ham bros.
Some more chaos and random enemies in there too.
So not necessarily like the Kaizo, very strict.
Yeah, I've done some of that, but yeah, I don't think it's my favorite genre.
Yeah. Well, my next question was actually about like difficult gameplay. Have you always kind of seek that out in games, like even before Doom and before mapping and stuff?
I think so. Well, I don't know. I'm not like, I love Dark Souls. Like, I can't think of too many things that I've played that were very hard. Like, well, EverQuest has some difficult elements to it. Was another game I played a lot back when I was a teenager. But I feel like it's something that I've more gotten into as an older person, just through things like Dark Souls. Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy is one of my favorites.
Right.
My indie game design hero.
Yikes.
But yeah, there's something about that challenge that's sort of aesthetically pleasing to me. Like, just being faced with something that you know is going to be a big challenge is just sort of appealing to me somehow.
Yeah. Oh, I think Dark Souls does a really good job of there's like levels to the difficulty where the aesthetics sort of are an element. Like you know, there are obviously like environmental factors that make it challenging, but also there's a sense of like oppression to the environments in a lot of instances as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like the environments and the gameplay and the visuals just all come together. It's like, wow.
And the music, like there's a lot of tension through the music and the sound and stuff as well. So like I think there is like an aesthetic element that comes along with the difficulty that also seems to have happened with Doom, but maybe for like completely different reasons.
For sure.
Speaking of visuals, I think Toilet of the Gods is really distinct visually, and a lot of that comes down to the palette that you put together for it. I was wondering how early in development the palette was sort of worked out and implemented, and how much influence it ended up having over the visuals in the WoD.
Yeah, it was immediate. I think that was like the first thing I did. For whatever reason, I wanted purple and turquoise, and I don't even know how close I got. Like, when I look at it now, it's like, is that really turquoise, or is that just kind of looks like a shade of green to me? But yeah. That's kind of what I was going for. It's like purple and turquoise. And yeah, I think I did the palette before I even... No, that's not true. I did start on map 1, like, before I did the palette, but I didn't get very far. In fact, I think I redesigned the starting island, like, after I implemented the palette.
Yeah, I think there is usually like a pretty obvious distinction between WoDs that have had the palette put in from the beginning and WoDs where people have decided at the very end, oh, I should give this another palette for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And you can usually tell when something's been built for its palette for a lot of subtle reasons. Like Fractured Worlds, for instance, that also had the palette implemented very early. I think I also had done like a bit of map 1 or something, but it was a real pain because like the cyan that I chose like showed up very harshly on like the darker green ranges, which, I mean, you've done palette work before, and there's like random dark green pixels in like every single piece of Doom for some reason.
I just want to state real quick, if you've never touched the Doom palette before, that is the most unoptimized palette you will ever see in your fucking life. The Doom palette is so terrible. I hate it. It's a pain in the ass to work with.
So I had to go through and do like a lot of editing. So like a lot of subtle things like that you'll notice in WoDs. Sort of where the palette's been picked early, I think.
And actually, I think Toilet of the Gods is the only time I've worked on a palette, and it's kind of ham-fisted. Like, I just like selected the green range and changed it, and then selected the blue range and changed it. So I'm definitely not like a experienced at editing palettes, but it got the result that I was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great, and even to this day, I don't think there's really a palette that I've seen that's similar, because I think you do see that green range being changed a lot, but people tend to go for very similar ranges, oddly enough. That sort of BTSX-y blue and the green these days. Often that sort of OTEX-y green as well.
Yeah.
You see a lot of the same kind of things, but Toilet of the Gods pretty unique, I think.
Yeah, and somehow the red range got like a little bit orangified too. I'm not sure how that happened.
It's one of the best parts, I think.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of the things that I make that I end up really liking are kind of accidents.
Yeah, I mean that happens a lot with mapping in general.
Yeah.
Also with Toilet of the Gods, each map is pretty unique gameplay wise, like from each other. Map 1's sort of slaughter and fairly harsh platforming like combined, and then map 2's a bit more traditional with that big sort of revenant fight at the beginning, and then the cackers later and stuff like that. 3 is open sandboxy kind of thing, and then 4 is like this tight, highly focused platforming section. Was it intentional from the beginning that each map was going to be like its own experience, or did that sort of just naturally develop?
Yeah, I think that just naturally developed. Like since I was a beginner mapper, like there's some things in map 1, like I don't have any control sectors in map 1. They're like off the map and joined because I didn't know how to do that yet. That's why there's like basically all those purple pillars that are like between the first and second islands are there to serve as the control sectors for the bridge that raises up.
Okay.
So a lot of it was just sort of, you know, flying by the seat of my pants. And map 2 actually took me some time to figure out, like the vision in my head was different than how it turned out. Like I was imagining like sort of deep canyon, sort of like orthogonal hallways, but like with deep canyons in the middle. And for whatever reason, I abandoned that and went with like the revenants chasing you down through the more sewer-like hallways. And then, yeah, just sort of, I think actually map 4 was the second map that I started on. But I realized that it wasn't a good second map, so it got moved eventually.
It works well as a finale, I think. It's like almost, I want to say it's like a wind down from all those sort of bigger scale maps, but it might be the most difficult map in the WoD.
Yeah,
actually.
I think so. Well, I don't know. Probably like if you're saving, it's not too hard to
That's
save
true.
come through it compared to the other ones. But yeah.
Yeah, that's true actually. For platforming in general, what's your testing process like? Do you tend to just slap a bunch of like platforms down and then move them very slightly for distances and just kind of do a lot of guesswork, or are you like fairly precise?
Yeah, it's pretty trial and error. Like map 1, Toilet of the Gods, which is very controversial platforming, but
the bumpy
with
ones,
the elastic collisions and stuff like that. But my process there was basically put it down and then see if I can do it, and then I could do it, like, but it was very hard. And then that part of the map got tested a lot, and I felt like I was getting better at it. So I was like, oh, this is pretty good platforming then. If it was hard, but I feel like I can get better at it. So that's kind of my mode for most platforming, is just slap something down and then try it and then tweak it as necessary.
Right, and for combat, like when I make a fight, I'll put it all the way up to 100 at the beginning, like as hard as I can make it, given whatever the space is that I have, and then I tend to like scale it back gradually until it feels like a bit more balanced or whatever. Do you have like a similar process, or do you do it differently?
I definitely have done it that way, but I think it's sort of like the platforming. Like I'll slap something down. Sometimes it just works, like the way that I slapped it down. Sometimes I make it harder because, you know, I found a way that I could do it pretty easily. Or sometimes, yeah, I have to dial it back a lot. So it just kind of go with the flow.
Yeah, I think it can be difficult, especially once you start getting like your internal testers to play stuff and you start to realize like, oh, maybe this fight was only easy because I played it like 55 times during testing or whatever.
Yeah.
And then people like, you know, and Calagon's telling you you might want to scale it back, and you're like, okay, well, maybe like from like a blind perspective, it's like a bit silly.
Yeah, most of the stuff, like, I haven't really had internal testers except for like on Abandon and like a little bit of Down the Drain. I got some feedback on that, but a lot of my projects I just sort of just toss it out there. Sometimes I'll put up the release candidate on the forum and then see if anyone has trouble with it and tweak it from there. But yeah.
I'm always a bit too worried about final product, I think, when I make stuff. Like, I definitely, I'm like, this has to be, like, as good as I can possibly make it, so...
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think I'm quite a bit different there. I sort of like to, just release whatever. Just sort of get it out there, because that rawness, I feel, sometimes adds a flavor to it that I like.
Yeah, I mean, I think, it generally seems to work for your stuff. Like, a lot of your maps are obviously... like kind of notorious for their difficulty, but it's almost like that thing of implementing like specific speedrun strategies into a map before speedrunners get their hands on it, where like that inorganic nature of it would make it inherently less enjoyable to speedrun. So sometimes it's better just to release something and let people figure out the difficult parts for themselves, kind of thing.
Yeah, I like to be surprised by what people are able to do in my maps, because it's fun to see if they figure out something to do that I didn't think of or something like that.
I think I'm too much of a control freak. I'm like, I don't want people like cheesing this really badly, or like I spent like 4 hours making this room or whatever, and I'm like, I don't want this being cheesed.
I definitely have some fights like that, like where I think a lot of my abandoned maps are pretty strict in how you can progress. And, if like map 10 of Abandon, you can like play faster and try to skip stuff, but it usually doesn't turn out well. That's kind of how my maps are. They're sort of like not very strict in like locking you in, but if you try to go faster and try to escape the lock-in, it becomes very difficult. And so it may be faster if you can survive, but also extremely difficult.
I think, yeah, for the most part, that is generally like a really good way to map in terms of like keeping it feeling like it has a bit more of a natural flow. And sometimes my stuff, I think, suffers a little bit for being like so strict with lock-ins and things like that. So I don't know, I do enjoy like the flow of your stuff, and people like Scotty as well. Has like very good map flow in terms of like the pace.
Yeah, pretty good.
I guess this sort of ties in this question, because like a lot of your stuff is extremely difficult. People sort of know you for it a lot of the time. I guess I was wondering, like, how important is challenge as a factor when you're mapping? Like, are you actively trying to make things as hard as possible, or do you just put down things that you think will be fun and like make gameplay for yourself, and then it ends up being difficult, or how does that go?
Yeah, I think it's more like the second one, and it depends on the project too. Like Down the Drain, there's definitely some maps where I was in the mood for making something more challenging. Sometimes like World of Warface. Sometimes I think about like I like to design maps like I'm making a wall to beat my head against.
Yeah, I'll get to World Warface and that later on. Yeah.
Yeah, like sometimes I just really want to have that experience of struggling against something and then doing it. But like for most of Down the Drain, it was just like I just want it to be fun. Like it doesn't need to be super hard. Something like Abandon, I definitely was aiming for like this should be like Sunder hard, for example.
Okay, but, yeah. So you have sort of a set difficulty in mind, sort of before you start a project.
Yeah, I think so.
Like over the years, you're probably one of the people I've seen who sort of takes part in the most community projects out of a lot of the sort of slaughtery people that I tend to talk to. Do you use community projects for any particular reason? Like, are they good practice in a way, or mapping out of your comfort zone, or maybe just to like reach people outside of your usual demographic, or is it just like, well, this sounds kind of fun, I'll make a map?
It's kind of a lot of those. I feel like it's fun to do something that's different to me. Like for like Joy Mapping 5, for example, that's the only time I've made a UDMF map. And yeah, sometimes they'll have interesting resources or interesting restrictions that just sort of make me feel like, oh yeah, I kind of want to make a map like that. And also, because my solo stuff tends to be more extreme, maybe experimental, not just in the difficulty, but in the structure of things, I find it's fun to have like a prompt or an excuse to make something that's a little bit more traditional.
Yeah.
Just to see like, you know, what I can come up with, and usually ends up being fun. And some of my favorite maps are in the community projects. And yeah, it's fun to, you know, get other people that normally wouldn't play my maps to play them, and maybe change their mind about what kind of mapper I am.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I like about you in general is that you do seem like a bit more open than a lot of other people in terms of trying out other stuff, because the Doom community is very like split into these sort of pocket groups of people, like, oh, these are the Boom people, these are the GZ Doom people, and a lot of them will not delve into each other's like categories a lot of the time. But like, you know, UDMF has like a lot of redeeming qualities about it. It does a lot of things better than Boom, and then Boom does a lot of things better than, you know, GZ Doom and stuff. And it's, for me, it's like, what is this port or this thing good at doing, and how can I like emphasize that if I make a map for it, rather than like just trying to stick to doing the same thing all the time.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Joy Mapping 5 map, it was basically an excuse to, I want to do some 3D floors. Like, I've never used 3D floors before, which is, I actually didn't use too many UDMF features in that map, but just sort of a few like 3D floors that just really like accentuate the layout, or even visually, like there's a bridge that I think looks pretty cool, and just something like that kind of makes the map, you know, have a little bit more interest to it, where you can just simply use one of these features to make one single thing that makes it kind of stand out.
Yeah, I do think I'm like a little bit in the less is more camp when it comes to a lot of the Z-Doomery, like the slopes and 3D floors and things like that. I think if like you can keep it within the realms of Doom, still like kind of boxy, which I tend to like visually, and then utilize those things a little bit just to add like accents and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned slopes. I don't think I used any slopes.
I don't know if I did in my, because I did one for that same Joy of Mapping, I think. But I used quite a lot of 3D floors though. I made like some weird floating, I used that like waggle effect where they hover up and down, which is kind of cool.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I think that was Joy Mapping 6 maybe? Was that the one that was like inspired by Doom 1?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that was 6.
Did you map for that? Oh no.
Yeah, I made a Mount Erebus tribute, I guess. Or just, I wanted to make a map that was a lot like it. And yeah, I liked how that one turned out.
So I said I'd get to World Orifice. So Nostril Caverns clearly had a huge influence on you with World Orifice, and to some extent Long Road, you know, turns as well, and Map 31 Down the Drain I think also kind of takes from that original kind of concept. So what was it about Nostril Caverns that captured your imagination?
I think going back to something I said earlier, is that it's that sort of the aesthetic of having insurmountable task put in front of you. And that's something that I really like about that whole structure of Nostril Caverns, where it's like, here's just all the doors, you can open them all, you can see what's in them, you know what's gonna happen. Like, you know, there's gonna be a hallway of this, a hallway of that, until you have killed all of the monsters. But then there's that part where it's like, okay, you've done that, which already seemed impossible, but now it all opens up, and then there's, you know, hundreds of spider masterminds that kill each other, and just that sound of them dying for several minutes is like just so cool to me.
Yeah. I think that sound always brings me back to like when I was a kid and I just used to like, I had D-Zone, but it had with it.
Hold on, I had D-Zone as well. Holy shit. D-Zone is essentially, I think, lesser Maximum Doom. But man, that just took me back. I think I still have D-Zones somewhere. It was on the CD case was known as the Snake Pit of Doom. But it was just D-Zone. Hold on, let's see if I can actually find anything on this. Yeah, there we go, found it. The exact same CD. Apparently you can get it for £9 if they had any in stock. But yeah, that just flashed nostalgia for a moment.
Can't remember if this was attached to D-Zone or if it was maybe some other thing that we used, but it was like a randomizer, and it would put, you know, it would just randomize whatever the monsters were in any given map,
yeah.
and you would often
might have
get like
played
a
with
lot
that.
of really stuck spider masterminds and stuff, but you would just hear them like dying constantly throughout the map.
Yeah, that was actually one of the first things I did as a Doom modder back in the 90s. I didn't know how to build nodes, so I would just like go into the editor and change the things around.
Right, yeah. What
And
editor did you use originally, actually?
Oh gosh, I don't remember. Yeah, it might have been like, is DoomCAD a thing?
Yeah.
Oh
DoomCAD
my
is what I
God.
used DoomCAD 95. It was atrocious.
It might have been DoomCAD, yeah.
It is fucking terrible. I mean, a good example is that if you don't actually draw your sectors in the correct direction, you were fucked because you couldn't actually flip line defs. Oh my god, what a shit program.
If it had a habit of crashing when you saved and crashing when you drew lines in the wrong way and crashing all the time, then it was probably DoomCAD 95.
I remember you had to draw the vertices, and then you had to draw the lines between the vertices, and then you had to draw the lines for the sector, like clockwise. You had to do it clockwise.
Yeah, that was
Yes,
DoomCAD,
clockwise.
Sure.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then
That's
if you
about all I
wanted to
remember.
make a sector within a sector, you had to draw over it again. So it had like another mode that you went into. So you draw your sector and then the one within it. And then you had to draw around it again to make it part of the other sector.
Oh man, yeah, that was awful. It took me so long to just get a room working.
It was horrible, but I will say that I think that experience with DoomCAD made me much more patient with Doom Builder, because Doom Builder was like, when I got Doom Builder, I was like, how is this possible? Like,
Yeah,
I could just draw whatever the hell I wanted. In DoomCAD, you couldn't mass select things easily. You had to click everything manually. Like, you couldn't delete a line def without it crashing. Like, it was unusable practically. So Doom Builder, like, people don't know how good they have it, I think.
Yeah, when I came back to mapping, because that was one of the things too. I was like, oh, it's got to be way easier to do these days, and sure enough, it was a lot easier.
Yeah, like an insane amount easier, actually.
Something I kind of feel bad about, like making Down the Drain, is that I didn't use like some old editors that 90s mappers had to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of these vanilla compat people.
Hold on. I think is that my dog? No, it isn't. Okay, it's that. Okay, it's a different dog. I thought my dog was outside and he was barking or something.
If they really want to stick to their guns on it, I think they should be using DoomCAD 95 personally.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess I had another question about sort of what you liked about the grinding methodical gameplay. I suppose you already sort of talked about that. Is it mostly an aesthetic thing then, or is there like a bit more to
Okay,
it?
yeah. There's definitely more. Like, I find it kind of meditative, like just grinding through the monsters. It's like Nostril Caverns is not especially hard. The first phase of it at least isn't. And also, if you do it in the right order, if you do it in the wrong order, it can get kind of gross. But Yeah, like just killing stuff through the door, like, you know, BFGing stuff through the doorways, like doing the corner pops and whatnot, and just, you kind of get in a rhythm, you can put on your own music. It's, yeah, sometimes it's just like a chill out map. That's kind of what World Orifice and Long Road No Turns are to me. Like, just if I want to pick up and play, like sometimes I'll be like, I want to play some Doom, but I don't know what I want to play. I'll just play Long Road No Turns until I die, which usually is pretty soon.
It almost has that feeling of like some like really old arcadey games, where
Yeah.
it's like one very set goal, and you know you got one life, and you just go through and see how long you can last, kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. There's probably some of that influence in there.
I think what I like the most about, because Down the Drain 31, I think it might be my favorite map in the WoD. I also quite like grindy stuff. Like, I loved Holy Hell. I played it like, I mean, relatively recently I played it. I didn't play it like back when it came out or anything. So it's not a nostalgia thing, but I really do enjoy that that kind of grind as well. But with Down the Drain 31, what I really liked about it was that you had this, like, because you know exactly, like, you're like, okay, well, it stands to reason that this next set of rooms will be shotgun dudes, because I just did zombie men, and then it'll be imps or something.
Yeah.
I really like that ability to, like, plan my route a little bit, because there were times when I was like, okay, well, if this is Revenants, I don't want to go there yet until I have this weapon, so I'll, like, go and do the Hell Knights first, and then I can get this. And I really liked that sense of like having control over the scenario, I suppose.
Cool. Yeah, yeah. That's definitely part of what went into it. Is and also you can just like peek into the area to see what's there, and they won't attack you immediately, so you can scout things out and decide what to do next. That's definitely a conscious decision.
And it sort of fits in with that whole like not making strict lock-ins and letting the player kind of form their own journey through the map and stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and I feel like there's some interesting things that can happen, because you can get overwhelmed by the vials, and if you're playing in comp level 2, you're probably going to get ghost monsters, and then you'll just have to load it or start over if you're playing an actual vanilla, because you can't save it on that map. But yeah, like if you know, some vials get away from you and you have to retreat, and then, you know, depending on how much of the map you've cleared, they can follow you everywhere, basically. I love stuff like that, where the monsters can get an advantage and pursue you.
Yeah, I think when I talked about, I've done a couple of videos on YouTube about like Doom mapping theory and stuff like that, but I was talking about how it's interesting in certain maps how you can design them in a way that like you want to think about how monsters will like flow through a space, and a lot of the time it can be more interesting to like leave maps more open. Like, so for instance, you can teleport in like a bunch of cacodemons at a certain point, and that feeling of them flowing through the map naturally, sort of like map 20 of Sunlust when the big caco cloud comes, but they sort of fill up the whole space.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I really like that as well.
That's something that really stuck with me about Sunder map 8. I think it was map 8.
Yeah, map
Paled
8.
Monument. Yeah, or the cacos will. I mean, you can kind of cheese it, but I didn't know how to cheese it, so I retreated, and then I just had to deal with, you know, all of these cacos flooding the level, and I don't know where to go, and I can sort of kill some of them through these torches that they can't get through. It's just like, it feels almost broken, like it wasn't meant to be this way. I like stuff like that.
I think, and I might touch on this later when we talk about Abandoned, but I'm pretty sure Gazebo did tell me that he because he used GZ Doom for his testing for Sunder, so I think those torches you might have been able to shoot through them, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the monsters would be able to get by them. Is that how it works? I can't remember how it works in GZ.
I guess since there's no vertical, or there's no vertical, and there's no infinite height is what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I guess they could fly over the torches. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
I think he might have been playing with infinite height off, but don't quote me on that 100%. But I think
I know he definitely designed, like, even the newer Sunder, I'm pretty sure he designed it with Z Doom, or now GZ Doom, in mind. and then like went back and tested in PR Boom after the fact. So yeah, I know for a fact the old Sunder was definitely targeting Z-Doom.
Yeah. Which, yeah, again, I'll talk about that a bit with Abandon later. Yeah, so with those longer maps, like Long Road and stuff, what do you do for testing? Because, obviously doing full playthroughs isn't really something you can do for something that long. So,
Yeah.
is a lot of it
Like-
very segmented, like jumping in and jumping out, or?
So for both of them, I think for World Orifice, I played through like 3 times, like just straight up with saves and loads, of course, before I released it. But most of the testing, because there's like some technical stuff I gotta debug and whatnot, so I used Super Web 8, which is like one of the D-hacks that comes with D-hacked if you
I remember
download
Super
from
Webs.
Archive.
Yeah, I remember
Super
it,
Web 8. And with that, you just like basically just mowing through the map, and it's a little bit better than no mow because you're testing. You're not
How they
testing the
move
balance,
and-
of course,
yeah.
but you are testing like that the monsters are moving the way they're supposed to, and you're testing if you can max it and stuff like that.
Sure.
So yeah, I used that on World Orifice, and then I think Long Road. I think it might have just been like simple enough. There's like not too many moving parts in there that I pretty much just did like one playthrough with saves, and then I was like, yeah, it works.
Sometimes that's all it needs.
Yeah, and it did get some balance changes with some feedback from people on the forums, but yeah.
I was curious about it because I was like, Long Road is an insurmountable task almost, which is what you were after, I suppose, that feeling.
Yeah, and another thing that I was thinking about when I made World Orifice was like, I wanted to make a map where it would kind of make sense to have splits, like to have, if you're speedrunning it, to have, because I like speedrunning in general, like I watched other speedruns of other games, and Doom speedruns, they tend to not use splits, which makes sense most of the time, but I thought it would be really cool if, this map kind of makes sense. If you were going to speedrun it, you might want to use splits.
Yeah, I don't know why. I also have like kind of I enjoy seeing people get like a good gold split, when I watch a speedrun.
Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
So with Slaughter Max, that was, okay, once again, this is according to the Doom Wiki, which has already done me wrong at the beginning of this, but it claims to be the first community project that you led.
Yeah, that
so
sounds
what?
great.
Okay, so what made you like want to tackle leading a project instead of just taking part?
I think at the time I just wanted to see more people engaged with slaughter maps, and like I wanted to get people who might not have made any slaughter maps, like get them to try it out. So it's supposed to be kind of a low pressure, but also the way the rules are designed. Like I wanted to have a very clear set of rules so that pretty much anyone who was submitting a map would be confident that it would be accepted if it met these criteria. So just sort of to aid the accessibility, and also having the rule where it has to be maxed. It was sort of like evangelizing for slaughter maps, and also UV maxing, the UV maxing of slaughter maps.
Yeah.
And it was to get people to make them, and then get people to play them, and to see that they're not impossible, they're not work, they're not tedium, like this is something that you can do and it can be fun, was sort of the goal of the project.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if the demo recording element was maybe a Time of Death inspired thing, since he's sort of well known for recording demos of all of his stuff that he puts out.
I think it must have been an influence, but it wasn't really in the forefront of my mind. It was more like I just wanted to have a clear set of rules and to I don't know, promote these two things that I liked.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's another thing that I like about you, I think, as a Doom mapper, is that, or as a community member, maybe, rather, is that you still want to promote Slaughter as a genre and stuff, which I do feel like there's a lot more cynicism towards it, maybe, from other members of the Slaughter community, just because maybe it's become like a bit more mainstream, or like maybe it's like much different than it used to be or something. But I definitely still feel like I want to see sort of newer people getting into making that kind of content.
Yeah, I feel like in the last few years, it seems like more people have become more accepting of slaughter gameplay. You'll still see some opinions like, oh, it's, you know, it's TDM or it's grindy or it's whatever, but I feel like I see more voices from people that I don't really recognize as being like old slaughterheads being like, yeah, you know, it's not for everyone, but these are the things that people like about it. And I feel like the battles have kind of been won that we've had on the forums. Like, some of those posts that people are making, like RD has done a really good job of explaining these things. I think maybe people are starting to come around and not to be so negative about it, even if they don't like it.
I think the sort of new slaughter wave, as it's become known a little bit, is has also probably helped a bit too. Like the bridge burners and that kind of group has sort of made it a bit more like palatable to people who want to get into it more casually.
Yeah, there have been like the micro slaughter community project. I think that's what it was called. I think a lot of people seem to like that and got people into being like, yeah, I played it and I liked it. I guess I like slaughter now.
Yeah, well, actually, I suppose Haste ended up being a bit that way. Like, I think I intended to talk about this a bit later, but I think maybe we were a bit surprised by how well received that was, because I think we sort of did, like, it started out as this project that was intended to be like bite-sized, like slaughter maps that like could be completed, I think originally in like 5 minutes or something was the intent, and like they would be sort of relatively hard but not crazy. And then a few of us kind of started making like some really weird esoteric kind of maps that like I thought would be like really off-putting to people, like but it actually, a lot of people really seemed to enjoy it and were quite accepting of even the maps that they thought were like not for them. I saw a lot of people, it was really fun seeing people play my map 10 in that, because that was some like kind of brutal platforming, and it was very polarizing. In the there was a thread on Doom World. Some people who like absolutely loved it and others who just despised it, and I thought that was great. Yeah,
I was pretty surprised too. It was kind of fun to see that Haste and Micro Slaughter Community Project together in the WOD Club, because the what is it? Micro Slaughter MSCP, is that what it is?
Yeah,
there's an acronym. I feel like I'm getting it wrong, but anyways, they definitely, I remember they influenced us in the making of Haste. And then I sort of thought that Haste was like kind of maybe it would definitely be harder and maybe less accessible than the other WOD, but it seems like from the club thread that people were pretty open to it. I was kind of surprised.
Yeah, it almost felt like the plan almost felt like ours was going to be like the B-sides, like the to use a Nirvana reference, like the incesticide of slaughter WODs, just a collection of very weird B-sides that no one really wants to listen to that often, but like occasionally you might put one on.
Yeah, it was kind of a casual project, and then we got a CAC award, so I guess it was it's a masterpiece, I guess.
I mean, I will say that map 10 of that WOD is one of my favorite things that I've made, and you know, it was I put it together pretty quickly, but like I already have like a project plan to like use that same kind of setting and stuff potentially to make some other maps, because I enjoyed it so much. So sometimes, you know, when you throw stuff together quickly, you end up with some good results.
Yeah. Some of my favorite maps have ended up just being kind of, I didn't have an idea going in, but the end result ended up being something I really liked.
Yeah. Oh yeah, back to Slaughter Max. The extra difficulty mode that you put in, it replaces Hey Not Too Rough, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think the implementation of that was in part due to how muddy ultraviolence is as a difficulty in the Doom community? Because a lot of people see UV as like the default difficulty, and a lot of sort of people who make challenging content obviously trying to set that up to be like, don't play this on your first playthrough, like this is generally like intended to be the most challenging thing. So do you think like you wanted to put this on Hey Not Too Rough and kind of hide away the hardest difficulty, or was it just meant to be like a fun kind of thing?
That was definitely a factor, because you know, as I've said, I love like just wild, like unpredictable, maybe it's broken kind of difficulty sometimes. And because of the design of the project, I didn't want ultra violence to be like that. I wanted it to be things that were pretty accessible to max, you know, either by the author or by one of the enthusiastic maxers that we had around. But yeah, and then so it sort of made sense to me to put it in Hey Not Too Rough because hardly anyone's using it anyways. And then it turns I'm Too Young to Die in sort of like an easier version of the hardest mode. All of that definitely.
Hey, database error. It could be looking prettier. Hopefully we'll get it looking prettier soon. I'm taking a while on it, that's for sure. But the good news is that it'll be a very quick copy-paste job for the rest of it, because I'm a lazy shit. Anyway, apologies.
I went into it, but it was also just sort of a whim. Like I made the outhouse was the first map that I made, and I made that map without having Slaughter Max or a community project in mind. And for whatever reason, I wanted to make Hey Not Too Rough. Well, probably for whatever reason. The reason's probably because I was, you know, riffing off of these things that you're talking about. I wanted to make it sort of a joke, like it's all zombie men, but actually it might be harder than UV. I'm not sure.
Right.
So it's like it appears like it's a joke easy, but then it turns out to be, you know, something else that's hard and interesting in its own right. And so I felt like that would be fun to include in the rules to have other people try that as well.
Yeah, I think my map was I just put cyber demons everywhere. I'm pretty sure that was the extent of my, and
Yeah,
it was
that's
maxable. I will say I did max it.
Oh, nice.
But it
Without
wasn't.
saves?
Yeah, without saves.
Oh my god.
But
Yeah,
I didn't press a demo or anything. I probably should have. I relied on dubs.
It's you could have a table filler right there in your back pocket.
It's true, yeah.
Well,
My
unless you
great
made changes
speedrunning
to it.
career of literally one demo that I. Well, technically, I did do Sunlust 25, but it's not a world record. It was like I think it's like the 4th best time or something on DSDA. Something
Oh,
like that.
that's pretty good, especially in Sunlust is a very competitive WOD.
Well, I think it got absolutely like destroyed because I think Derek came in with like a glide, and now that category is like definitely his.
Yeah, that definitely happens.
Yeah, it got glided on. So I mean, this is sort of similar to Haste actually. When we put Flotsam together, most of those maps were actually they were like scraps from other projects we had lying around, and also. Yeah, I think they were, like, some of the maps were just taken, they were gonna be for other projects, and they ended up in this one, and then other maps were literally, like, just scraps of things. Like, I think mine was, like, something Archie had sent me ages ago. He was like, hey, do something with this, and then it was gonna be in another project, and then ended up in Flotsam. But, were yours originals for that, actually?
No. I guess one of them kind of was. Map 1 and 2 were originally meant for a Speed Discord mapping project, which never really came about. And then Map 3 was just like an old speed map that I made, and I think it was actually a thread on Doomworld that someone was like, hey, let's make some 2-hour speed maps and post them. And so that was originally made for that. And then Map 4, I guess technically you could say it was made for Flotsam because it wasn't posted anywhere else, but it was just a speed map that I made, just sort of unrelated, and yeah, just sort of tossed them all in there.
I think the one opens up with your map, Hurts You Plenty, I believe the name.
Yeah.
And it starts with that super cruel platforming section. Was that? I can't actually remember during development, but was that like a conscious choice? just to basically be like, well, this is what you're in for. So
Yeah, that platforming section for Flotsam is actually fucking great. It really is this is what you're here to fucking get. It is fucking so difficult, but if you actually lower the difficulty, it makes it so much easier. It's like a cakewalk on I'm Too Young to Die.
like enjoy.
Yeah, I think it definitely was. And I think that was also, especially with the name Hurts You Plenty, it was another sort of poke at, you know, UV only people. And it's like, well, you know, this hurts you plenty. You don't need to play on ultraviolence. And that was like the first time I had made platforming that changed depending on the difficulty setting. And that was sort of the thing with that map. But then when we compiled it into Flotsam, I realized like the difficulty settings that I had originally made were kind of silly. Like basically the only difference was in the platforming, so I changed some other things too to make it more easy across the board. But yeah, and then when we were deciding how to order them, I don't know whose idea it was, but I thought it would be fun to just group them by mapper, which I'm not sure if we actually maintained that throughout the WOD.
I think we did. I think I only made one map, but
yeah,
I do remember there's like a big chunk of bemused right after me. I'm pretty sure.
And I think someone else, it wasn't me, said that mine should go first just because it's so off-putting and shocking.
Well, what's funny about Flotsam in general is that I feel like it gets easier as the WOD goes on, because my map was definitely a lot easier than yours, and I think it's you and Zul, right, are the first two, and then me, and then
yeah, my map 4 is kind of obnoxious. That's one of the maps that I feel like I don't like nearly as much as I used to. Like a lot of the maps that I make, I kind of feel like comfortable with them throughout time, but map 4 is like, it's kind of obnoxious, like how many times you have to like loop through the stairs just to like get something done. Like there's some really awkward roadblocks in that map that sort of make for some tedium.
Is that the really vertical map? It's like
no, that was map 2. Map 4 is the one where gosh, it has the vials on the conveyor belt. They're like smashed into the spike, and you have to like.
Is it the Baron, like the fire bluey Baron thing in the middle? Yeah. I thought that map was pretty funny. I enjoyed that map. I enjoyed watching people play that map more than maybe playing it myself.
That map gave me a fucking headache. I fucking hated that map so much.
But because it is pretty brutal. Like mostly the opening, I think, is it's just so brutal of that map.
Yeah, there's like the spider mastermind that sometimes is a real spoiler because it doesn't die to infighting, and I think Dubs actually did a speedrun of it, and I don't think he enjoyed it. He told me a little bit about it.
Yeah, well, yeah, speedrunners are generally good at giving you fairly useful feedback in terms of gameplay, because they will play through something like 100 times.
But yeah, that was after it was released, so I don't know if I got anyone to test it, because, you know, it was like Flotsam was like supposed to just sort of be the scraps project, but it ended up being something that people recommend a lot, which I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I hear that too. I mean, it's like that's what I was saying, I guess, is that it's similar to Haste, in that I think we all kind of just thought we were just throwing some stuff together. I mean, it was literally called Flotsam because we thought, like, here's a bunch of garbage that we had lying around, and we'll just, like, throw this out. And there's been some talk about, like, Jetsam as a sequel, but who knows if it would retain the same spirit if we were to actually all consciously make maps for it. Maybe we should just go and make some other projects and then not finish the maps, and then we'll make Jetsam as well.
Yeah, I think that's the proper way to do it. I think Haste was basically Flotsam 2 almost.
Yeah, at least 1.5. So
yeah.
So I want to talk about the egg of human endeavors. I feel like it's probably like one of the better examples I've seen of like truly abstract geometry in a Doom map, without relying on like some of the more tropey stuff, you know, like the like an open void or, you know, all this kind of stuff. I think it with all the moving platforms and how sort of rigid some of the disappearances are of some of the platforms, and just a very interesting use of like boom features there. I was just wondering if you could talk about like conceptualizing that map, and what in the map did you build first?
Yeah, so that was a map that I went into like without any real ideas. Like, it was for Joel Vargas Gelator's Doom mapping contest, which I wanted to make something for, but I was like, I don't know, I'm just gonna start mapping. And so I basically just mapped from the beginning. Like I like to make, you know, big open areas with islands, and I kind of wanted the map to be like, this is typical on brand Benjogami kind of map is sort of what I was going for. And so it sort of has a similar structure to like Toilet of the Gods map 1, where you go like onto 3 islands, and the islands sort of get bigger and bigger in their scope. But other than that, like, I didn't really have a visual idea for it. Just sort of, I used ArchText, which is just a resource that Archie compiled. I think I was using that because I also used that in Flotsam Map 1 and 2 because they were for the Speed Discord project. And it was just something I was using. I thought I had some cool textures, so I used that and slapped some textures down. And eventually, just sort of like, it's one of those maps where I just enjoy drawing the lines on the map. And I did have a design goal of like very hand-placed lines, like non-orthogonal, and but not a lot of lines. Like I wanted to go like just enough lines to get the job done, kind of thing. And then like a lot of the texture choices are just sort of like colors. Like I liked the red and brown combination, and then I liked, there's sort of symbolic texture usages, like on the 3rd island especially, which is the egg, because it's shaped like an egg. All of the textures on the egg are like bones and gore and stuff, which is just part of the theme that I ended up, like I didn't have an idea for the map at first, but it just sort of, as I started making it, it sort of resolved itself in my mind, I guess, that I wanted it to be like this.
Yeah, well, you touched on a couple of things that I think came through for me very specifically. One is that it did feel like very quintessentially you when I played it, which I think you're one of the few mappers where I can usually, if I play one of your maps, I know it's a Benjo map, which is very difficult to do, I think, unless you know like the idiosyncrasies of somebody's mapping already.
Right.
And I suppose the other thing is like the use of color in that map is really interesting. Like I've used ArchText. My Flotsam map I think used it because it was an Archie map originally.
Right.
And obviously I've seen him use that a lot, and the way that you used it, I couldn't tell that was ArchText when I was playing it. It was like like you said, you were using like pairings of color instead of like in a truly abstract way, instead of just trying to like create specific objects and things, which I think it made it very unique because you don't see ArchText used in that kind of context, I think, very often, because Archie has like a very set style.
Yeah, true.
Which is like one of my favorite things, actually. Like the use of vanilla textures and stuff in like incredibly weird ways, like when people mess with the offsets a lot and do stuff where you're like, wait, what the hell is that texture? I've never seen it.
Yeah.
But it's actually just a vanilla texture on like some crazy offset that they've moved. I like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like my texturing is pretty lazy a lot of the time, but like something I like to use is like a door to be like a step, like just the top of I think it's a big door. It's like one of the metal and wood doors, where just the top of it is just metal, and so I just use that part of it as like a step texture.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. Did you only just start playing Monty stuff, or had you always played?
Aside from what I've been playing lately, I only played Urkatanye.
Oh yeah.
Which
that's probably one of his more I don't know how it's like normal. What?
It's the most
visually,
mainstream
yeah.
because it won a CAC awards, though. That's how you know it's mainstream.
But like visually speaking, from memory, I don't remember the WoD too well, but compared to a lot of his other stuff, it has a like more sort of standard texturing and stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think especially compared to like Enceladus. So I can speak on Urkatanye, Evil Tech, and then Enceladus. And Evil Tech is actually like very normal. Like is like all the textures are sort of like a modern idea of what you would do with stock Doom 2 textures, like using the correct textures for the correct purpose kind of thing. But then then I skipped right ahead to Urkatanye, and that I feel like is a little bit more like abstract texture usage, where they're just sort of put on for like the texture, I guess. Using textures as texture, that's interesting. Or like the color. Yeah, and like like me, like I feel like Monty really likes dense, busy textures. I really like the way that they look, even like low resolution, where like if you're far away, you'll get like the moire effect and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I love stuff like that.
Yeah, because when I think of Monty, I think of he posted a WoD to Doom World, and I think it was just some small kind of 90s throwbacky thing, which he tends to post a decent amount of. But I think someone commented on the visuals being bad or something, and he replied like, well, I don't think they're bad, I think like I just don't like, he was like, you expect me to use like support lining everything, and you expect me to put like indents everywhere, and I don't want to do that, so that's why you think it looks bad, but I think it looks good. And I was like, yeah, I think realistically like he's just trying to do something a little more abstract and different with the textures that he's got.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a different design goal, like it's using texturing in a different way than one might otherwise expect.
Yeah. I think the geometry, you were talking about just drawing lines for egg, which I will call it from now on, just egg.
Much more concise.
Yeah. The geometry is interesting because it sort of feels like it almost feels like it serves like an aesthetic purpose more than it was designed for gameplay. Like there's a section where you run down the outer stairs on the map to get to the final encounter at the end, the egg itself. And I was wondering if the map was sort of built for aesthetics more, or if you had combat in mind to begin with. And I guess sort of what are your general thoughts on like building for aesthetics initially and then fitting combat in after?
Right, so I'd say for egg in particular, it sort of came together at the same time. Like I was just drawing lines, and the sort of like the second island I feel like is where my idea for what the map was going to be really solidified. And that island just sort of looks like an eyeball, and it's like and since it looked like an eyeball, I added some tears to it for whatever reason. Because just whenever I start to draw something and then I notice that it kind of looks like something, I'll sort of just like go for it. I'll be like, okay, it's now I'm gonna really make it look like that. And then I knew where the third island was gonna be because I liked that vista from the second island, and that's where I put down by the third island. I put that sort of I don't know what you'd call it. It's like a generative. It's almost like a lava lamp in Doom. It's sort of the way I think about it. Is it's just sort of an ever-changing, never-repeating kind of thing that looks interesting. Because I had that big vista there that I wanted to fill up with something interesting, and so I put the third island and that lava lamp down there. And then I wanted just a more interesting way to get there from the second island, so I just did that big spiral bridge thing.
Yep.
And then I also liked how it, just for the pacing, it's kind of weird. Like, people usually don't do this, where you're just like running without doing anything else for maybe a minute. I don't know how long it actually takes, but I kind of like the transgressive nature of that. Like I like transgressive mapping. but I think it actually does a very conventional pacing thing where it's like you just had this intense fight and now you're heading into a third fight that's probably going to be even more intense, and it just sort of gives you that moment to like take in your surroundings, and you can, you know, see the third island as you approach it, and it gives you a moment to either anticipate or reflect.
Well, the spiral, like the nature of that spiral actually is like a little bit I don't know, I found it like a little bit visually difficult to gauge like where I was almost, like because you get all the way down to the end and it ends in like a point and then you have to jump off the end, and I feel like it was sort of like warping the screen almost in the way that it was kind of made, which made for like an interesting lead up to the final area.
That's interesting. Yeah, I like how the floor texture too is kind of disorienting. Maybe like as it curves, you know, it changes the way that it's oriented to the sector, and it does. And then the jumps at first are more steep, and then they get shallower, and so it's not really a challenge platforming, but like at first you can fall off, and especially like if you're playing UV, you can't get back up. So having completed like 2/3 of the map, even though it's not hard, it's kind of spooky.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it definitely wasn't your hardest map, but one of the most visually unique for sure.
Yeah, and in fact, Hurt Me Plenty was designed to be one of my more accessible experiences, where it's supposed to still be that big sort of slaughter experience, but hopefully it wasn't the case for Joel. He didn't really like it, but I think that's for a lot of reasons. He seemed really burnt out doing the contest. But I did make Hurt Me Plenty. I was hoping that Joel would like it, but more generally that, you know, people that aren't really into challenge maps would really like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting enough in its own right. Perhaps like visually and stuff, where it doesn't necessarily need like to be hyper challenging in order to be memorable as well.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Abandon, the big one, potentially.
Yeah.
There's probably the most ambitious thing that you worked on, just in terms of like scale. Can you talk a little bit about the process of just building such big maps? Because they're probably, Toilet of the Gods has big maps, but I would say the ones that you built for Abandon are more like, because you were sort of emulating Insane Gazebo, they're obviously a little bit more complex in terms of line count and stuff. So was that like a bit of a specific challenge for you, making large sort of complicated maps in that sense?
Yeah, it was. I think I definitely bit off more than I could chew with Abandon. Like when I first decided to start the project, my idea was that I would anonymously finish Sunder and then just like release it, like all 32 maps. Like that was a ridiculous idea. I was just like laying in bed one night and I was like, that would be so cool. And then eventually I realized that was ridiculous. I needed help, so I recruited Bemused because he likes to make Sunder-like stuff too. And then Scotty came on board, and it sort of changed over time. It was not going to be. And then Insane Gazebo came back, so of course I can't finish Sunder anymore because he's actually back.
Yeah, I did want to touch on that specifically.
But I was like, I can Sunder is amazing and beautiful, but I felt like I could do it. Like if I really spent the time to draw all those lines and think about all the good texture combinations, because I studied his mapping a bit and sort of got a feel for what makes Sunder look great. And I was like, yeah, I could make some maps like that. And then ended up only making like 2 basically. And in map 17 are the solo maps that I made that were like sort of that ambitious. Map, I think it's 4 or 5, I always forget. My earlier map was actually not for Abandon at first. It was for Dying Camel's Demons. That's why there's like some different textures in there from Pinch Text, because Pinchy was running that project.
Yeah.
Does Dying Camel still stream? I haven't actually seen Dying Camel in a long while. I'm gonna double check. I haven't actually like held the name Dying Camel in so long. I wasn't sure if he was still doing anything. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to BRB. Every single animal has gone off at once. Every single one of them. They all want something at once. Quick BRB then. Okay. I'm gonna wonder if I can actually do raid night tonight. Genuinely starting to think that I might not be able to. I have not been this tired in a while. I am seriously just spaced out today. Alright, anyway.
Yep.
And but at some point I was like I didn't want to work on it anymore. Like it felt like too much. Like I just wasn't in the mood back then to do that kind of map. And so I just put it on the shelf, and then eventually I was like, oh, actually, like in the context of Dying Camel's Demons, I didn't want to do it. But if I think about it like an abandoned map, then I'm like, yeah, actually this would, I think, make a good abandoned map, and I could finish it. But like, yeah, map 10 might have been like the hardest map for me to make that I've ever made, because it's just like so much, and it's still like way less detailed than the Sunday map or like bemused maps and abandoned. I just think that style of mapping isn't for me, and that's why I think I bit off more than I could chew. But I am glad that I did it. And
That's the thing.
And map 16, I think, is that's the collaboration with Bemused that I did. And that was basically like, I had the layout and I had like all these buildings drawn. I had some idea for fights, but I just like the prospect of detailing it and making it actually look good was like overwhelming to me. So I was like, hey Bemused, do you want to make this look good if I do the rest? And that's how that collaboration happened, because at that point I realized I just couldn't really do that anymore.
Yeah, I do remember that map in particular taking a while of like back and forth, and Abandon in general took quite a while to come out, because I think I had just released Breathless when you guys started, which was a long time ago now.
Yeah.
Because I think you did at one point, you said like, oh, if you want to make something, but I just released Breathless, and I was like, I cannot face making like a giant map again. And
yeah.
And frankly, Breathless was like a bit of a disaster.
Cat, shut up.
Like going through the testing process and realizing I'd like broken so many things, and like in terms of biting off more than you can chew, I was definitely in the same boat in terms of like I should not have made my first big release like some massive undertaking.
Yeah, those big maps are tough.
Yeah, I feel like it's kind of interesting because you like almost reverse Picasso'd. Like you started out with the cubism and then you went back to doing like more traditional gigantic detailed stuff.
Yeah, and then decided to never do it ever again.
Yeah,
I even had that burnout like on Toil of the Gods map 3. Like the other Toil of the Gods maps are not that detailed, so they didn't really hit me that way, but map 3 definitely did. And then I went right into thinking I wanted to make Abandon, even though I was still like in the middle of that burnout. So it was just over ambitious for sure.
I think sometimes you can't help like what you're gonna think of next, I suppose. And sometimes I do the same thing where I'm like in the middle of a project, and I suppose it's almost because you're in that creative space and then you're just thinking of more and more ideas like for your next project, and then you're inundated with stuff that you can't possibly finish.
Yeah, you never know when inspiration will strike.
It's true. Very true cliche. Sure. Which is, I guess, how it became a cliche in the first place.
One of the good ones.
So you talked a bit about it already, that Abandon, conceptually it started off as like trying to finish off Sunder. Just to start, do you think you could talk about how like Sunder influenced you originally? Because that was sort of one of the big P-WODs for you, I suppose.
Yeah, I think Sunder is like single-handedly got me into slaughter maps. Like I hadn't actually seen. I think the first slaughter map that I saw was on John Sweepy's stream. I think it was Doom World Mega Project like 2014 or something like that. It was like an ugly like all-star tan map, but it had some really cool gameplay that I liked. And I was like, oh, interesting. That's the first time I learned what a slaughter map was because they were talking about it on the stream. And then I was like, oh, interesting. And then I started seeing Sunder, and I started playing Sunder, and I was like, oh yeah, this is great. This is what I want to do. And so yeah, Sunder pretty single-handedly introduced me to Slaughter and also that whole visual style. And yeah, and Toil of the Gods is like definitely directly inspired by Sunder, but I wasn't going for the beautiful detailed maps like are in Sunder. Instead, it was just more of the overall structure of the maps and the fights that I really wanted to explore with that one.
Yeah, I was curious about aesthetically. You said it like influenced you aesthetically, which obviously in Abandon is evident, but in a lot of your other stuff, maybe not so much, and that seems to be very distinctly your own thing.
Yeah, true. I think maybe that was almost just a product of the burnout. Like, I just didn't want to make maps like that anymore. Like, at some point, I wanted to make maps that were quicker to finish. Like, a lot of times when I'm making a map, I'm really eager to like get into it and play it and, you know, done. So like, going for super detailed stuff, it sort of goes against that, and it makes me like, I don't really feel like mapping. But visually still, like, I think maybe in some of my community project stuff, like Joy of Mapping 4, the Bone Vault.
I like that map a lot, actually.
Oh, cool, yeah. I feel like the opening area, some of the ideas and texturing, I think, is Sunder showed me that you don't have to use a lot of textures, and it's more about color contrasts and things like that. I think that's like the biggest influence that Sunder had was in its texture usage. Yeah.
Well, Burn Vault definitely felt to me like it had some like Dark Souls influence. In terms of like going down into the depths or whatever. It sort of reminded me of what's it called? Tomb of the Giants, I think it is. A little bit.
Yeah, Tomb of the Giants, or maybe the Catacombs from Dark Souls 1. Yeah, Dark Souls definitely is. A lot of my influences are probably, I don't realize what they are, but I know that Dark Souls, especially like the sort of the way that there's a narrative flow to your progression through a level, like just giving areas their different personality, and sort of like there's sort of almost a feeling of like slipping into something terrible that you have to go there though.
Yeah, and I think what Dark Souls does really well in general is making its like the enemies in the areas actually feel like a part of their environment, which a lot of games don't really do particularly well, I don't think. Which is maybe another reason why Burn Vault sort of reminded me of it, because, you know, a lot of revenants in the Burn Vault.
Yeah, true.
Exactly where they should be, you know.
That's true. I do really like in Dark Souls, there's like enemies that you'll see in one area and never see them ever again, which is hard to do in Doom, unless you're making a smaller map, where you can sort of have the area have the monsters be like a unique feature of that area, and then you go to a different area and there's something else.
Yeah, I guess Doom's monsters are a little less like thematically driven. Like they're all from hell. They're all heck guys, you know.
Yeah. So I guess like, you know, having lots of hit scanners and a tech base is sort of like you know, there's former humans here because this is a formerly human base that they use, so it kind of makes sense.
It's true, yeah.
And then, yeah, Revenants in a tomb kind of makes sense, but yeah, I don't know what else.
I'll have to work on the
Barons in
our
a
maps,
brimstone. Yeah.
So Gazebo coming back. This happened like midway through Abandon's development. I think Bemused discovered him in some random stream, which was absolutely insane. Yeah,
it was funny.
He just found him in some random Doom stream and then ended up messaging him, and it turned out like, oh, it's the real guy. Like, it's actually Gazebo who'd been missing from the forums for a long time. And then we all ended up kind of talking to him. But I guess I was wondering how like Abandon changed once, or like the goals of the project changed once Gazebo came back, and you were like, oh well, I guess there's no point finishing Sunder since he's gonna finish Sunder now, and
Yeah.
and also maybe
Yeah.
hearing like his perspective on what Sunder was meant to be, and things would have changed your perspective as well.
Yeah, it was sort of already going that way just because, you know, I felt like that was silly, like in a moment of, you know, of overambition. I thought that was a good idea, but eventually I was like, no, we'll just make it so that it's supposed to be like in the style of Sunder, but like kind of strict. Like, you know, I like at first I didn't want to use any comp level 9 features because even though Sunder is played comp level 9, it doesn't really use any of those features. It's mostly just for the Lost Soul in it. The comp level 9, I think speedrunners decided was the best way to do it. I think there might actually be like a soft lock or something on it too, but designed for Z-Doom, he didn't really think about it that way, and it just ended up being comp level 9. And so I was like, yeah, I don't want to use any of the boom features either because that'll be true to Sunder.
Yeah.
And then but even that, like then Gazebo came back and we're talking to him and he started working on Sunder and, you know, he started using boom features. So I think it just took off a lot of that pressure of, you know, this has to be really true to Sunder because, you know, Sunder is being developed again and it's not being as true as we were trying to be to the original Sunder.
Well,
So
that
it's
was
sort
the
of like,
hilarious thing was that he sort of came in and he's like, yeah, so like I used GZDoom for testing and like I added put a hide off and all this stuff, and you guys were like, oh man, we can't use VODs for this like lock in here or whatever because like he wouldn't have had that for Sunder, but he just didn't know about the features and stuff at the time.
Yeah, there's still some goofy stuff in there, like in map 17 that I can think of where I didn't want to use voodoos, but I also like really needed a single switch to do several different things. And so I decided, well, it's a boom feature, but it's like kind of invisible, so I'm comfortable with it, is I would just stack lines in front of each other and use the pass-through function so that you could hit a whole bunch of things at once. But it's kind of, it's not a very good way to do it. It's still kind of, like if you're very precise, you can skip using some of those lines.
Right.
So at some point I was like, I should go back. Now that we've loosened up the rules, I should go back and turn this into like a voodoo.
Just put a voodoo in, yeah. The lone voodoo in all of Abandon.
Yeah, but I don't think I did that, even though we do have some voodoos in other places.
Is the complete version up now, or is it still beta, technically?
Yeah, it's still beta. We have RC1 like done. I think it's just me being lazy. Like I need to. There's one of the maps had some node problems, but I think we might have fixed that. And then I just need to test it. Like, it's building the rejects for the abandoned maps is kind of an ordeal.
Yeah.
So I just have to like. I think we actually did build all the rejects though, so it just needs to be tested, and then we can throw it up RC1.
Yeah, I think we've all had reject and node building issues over the years. I think Entropy, I had to do some reject stuff, which incidentally, you talked about it earlier, but that map was also originally for Dying Camels Demons, and then ended up becoming a solo project.
Interesting. Yeah, I think some of the Flotsam maps were also meant to be in Dying Camels Demons, but for whatever reason, I think it was like taking too long, and some people wanted to throw them into Flotsam instead.
Yeah, I think that was the case.
And then I did end up making another map for Dying Camels Demons too, which I like that map, but it was a lot lower. I don't want to say lower effort, but it was more a speedy map, and so I felt like I was able to complete it as opposed to the Abyssal Artifact is the one that ended up in Abandoned.
Have you thought about doing like a Todd style compilation of all your community project stuff?
Oh yeah, actually I have. I have done some work towards it. I feel like it's one of the last things that I really want to do before I leave Doom. I don't know if I'll ever leave Doom forever, but like, I sort of feel like there's not any other ideas that I have or ambitions to have. So, but this one thing I did kind of want to make a compilation, and then thing that would be unique to it with the map 30, like
Oh dear.
icons and with like some custom sounds and stuff. It's sort of the I don't know, the crowning achievement. No, it's not a crowning achievement. It's like the garnish, I guess, you'd put on top of the compilation WOD, where that would be the only new map, but everything else. And I was thinking like I would include Toil of the Gods, like not just community stuff. And some community stuff wouldn't work, like Mayhem 18 and 19. Yeah, the UD. Actually, I was thinking about like what do they call it? Downporting. There's a word for it. But making my UDMF map work in Boom, which I think wouldn't be too difficult. I just have to use some of the old janky, like instant raising floors to make the bridge and stuff.
Oh god, yeah. I'm not a big fan of boom bridges, I'll be honest. They always break. Whenever I play anything with a boom bridge, it just breaks.
Yeah. And then I was gonna put like the Toil of the Gods palette would be like just a separate WOD that you could load with it if you want to. Like if you could play all the maps with it, or you could just play the Toil of the Gods maps with it. So that's something that's on the table. I even have a name for it, which I'll reveal. Is called previously unavailable on CD-ROM.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Although, is it gonna fit in like the title screen?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to
play with some
out.
font work there.
Yeah.
Down the Drain. It might be my favorite release of yours, which I think that was like surprising to me because I'm not really somebody who goes for like the sort of nostalgia oriented vanilla WODs, but I really enjoyed it when I played it. And this may get a little bit out there, but we're both David Lynch fans, I'm pretty sure. And
oh yes.
Yeah, when I played Down the Drain, or maybe like looking back on it afterwards, I felt like it sort of had like this Lynchian element to it. He has like this motif throughout his films where he presents like the nostalgia of like white picket 50s American suburbia, and then he always juxtaposes it with like the seedy underbelly underneath it and stuff.
Yeah.
And there's like this scene in Mulholland Drive where you see the Hollywood sign, which in film it's usually like an image of dreams about to come true and all this stuff, but he underlays it with like this really unnerving soundtrack that's playing, and it makes you feel like a lot of anxiety about like what's about to come. And to like circle back to what my actual point is here, Down the Drain sort of felt this way in the sense that it presents outwardly as like a 90s nostalgia mega WOD like you've seen a lot of in the past, but then it has like all this cruel gameplay sort of throughout it, and a lot of slightly more like disorientating visuals than you might see in like a classic 90s nostalgia thing. And so, and it's also got like this kind of dark storyline that you wrote for it. So I suppose I was wondering if you were sort of crafting it with any kind of high concept like uncanniness when you were designing Down the Drain.
That's interesting. I think a lot of what you perceived was not entirely intentional, but like it wasn't like a design goal that I had, except for like a few things, like the particularly episode 2, which is like the bunker episode where it's all underground and it's like just weird tech bases. I really wanted to keep this motif of like the hallway with just tons of doors, which is partly nostalgic because I feel like, you know, old crusty 90s maps would, you know, rely on hallways and doors a lot. But I think for me, it made a lot of sense in like this bunker setting that you would just have, you know, storerooms and, you know, living quarters, and they would just make sense to have just sterile long hallways and doors. But yeah, like I think that does, like I can see what you're saying. Like I don't know if I intended it to be that way, but like it's definitely intended to be nostalgic, but also intended to be very hostile. Like you said, like with the storyline, it's supposed to be a very hostile world that you're delving into. And then just sort of because I really like to embrace the sort of broken like Tutti Frutti and stuff like that. Like,
The Medusa stuff.
yeah, like stuff that's, I didn't go so far as to use HOMs, but there are, I think someone found some. And also like I have like a mid texture bleeding through, which I didn't intend. But there are some like bugs that, you know, people might consider bugs that are intentional, which I think does sort of add to that uncanniness. But as to me, sometimes it was just an aesthetic choice. Like I like sort of these old maps that are kind of broken and crusty, and I wanted to embrace that.
You've got to use the word crusty now in a map title.
Crusty, yeah.
It's a good one.
But yeah, Lynch. I love Mulholland Drive. So yeah, I'm sure like a lot of my influences I don't really think about, but now that you mention it, like people will say things to me that are like I was watching someone play Down the Drain, and one of the people in chat was like, "Oh, you like Spirit World from Doom 2, right?" And I was like, "Oh, really? Do I like Spirit World? Was that something that influenced me?" And then I thought about it. It's like, "Oh yeah, I guess so. It's pretty cool map. Like of the cave area, I feel like some of my caves kind of look like that, and just like the big spider fight, it's just like really bright lava and fire everywhere. I definitely use stuff like that a lot. So I was probably influenced by the Spirit World, you know, just like I was influenced by David Lynch.
Yeah, I think Spirit World is a lot to answer for, frankly, in terms of...
Yeah, it's definitely not a perfect map, but yeah.
Oh, I think it's a cool map. I really liked it as a kid because I was like, holy shit, 2 spider masterminds. Like, what more could you want? But,
yeah, it's cool. We got the invuln. It's not even hard. You can just watch the spiders fight each other, which was one of my favorite things to do, was just watch monsters fight.
Oh yeah, me too. I used to just have like cyber demons and pit them against like hundreds of enemies and stuff.
Yeah, so of course Gotcha was cool, but mostly I just go to like the Icon of Sin and turn on God mode and
oh yeah,
just be like a tourist and just walk around and watch everyone fight.
Yeah. Which is probably a big influence for why I liked Slaughter as well, because I liked infighting so much, and it's such a big tool, like in the toolbox for the mapping.
Yeah, definitely.
So what actually made you want to make a 90s WOD? Like, what was your reasoning?
So I think it was just sort of an aesthetic that I appreciated. There's a few things that came together. Like, I like the aesthetic. I like the fact that, you know, I'm not using any additional resources. Although I do have a little bit of regret there, because 90s maps are kind of famous for having like really bad custom textures and sound replacements.
Yeah.
Which I maybe could have helped out down the drain, but in the end I kind of liked just having everything stock. And then also the vanilla limits. I'm a big fan of vanilla limits. Sometimes they're frustrating, but I really like that you can basically play the WOD on anything, in any port you want, with any mods that you want. Like, it's sort of like the iWOD levels, where I wanted it to be like just the solid base of maps that you could do anything that you want with. And I feel like the vanilla limits also were just kind of suit my mapping preference in general. Like, since I don't want to spend a lot of time detailing stuff or making really big maps, unless it's something like map 31, which is, you know, big in like a very focused kind of way. I felt like the vanilla limits just sort of already kind of fit my speed mapping style. And so I feel like all those things just kind of came together, and I was like, I think I can make 32 maps like this. Whereas, you know, if I had a different design goal with like custom textures and you know, like very fine-tuned fights and stuff like that, I don't think I would ever make 32 maps of that.
Yeah, was it always going to be 32 maps? Like, was that quite a process for you to make 32 maps for this one?
Yeah, like it was always the goal, and it took a lot longer than I thought. Like, I think I started during the Nanowadmo, which is the November, like, do a mega WOD in a month kind of deal. And I sort of started going at it with that in mind. Like, I didn't really think I would hit that goal, but I was going to go for it anyways. And then if I didn't make it, I'd at least have a good starting point. And that's sort of how it turned out. Like, had a pretty good starting point, and then just over the years, if I felt like making a map, I had like, since it was all very comfortable parameters, things that I liked mapping towards as a design goal, it was very easy to just be like, I feel like making a map, so I'll go make a map, and then eventually I had 32 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably the way to do it, really, rather than trying to like sit down and stare at the editor and be like, okay, I need to make map 5 now.
Yeah, that's miserable. I kind of was there with Abandoned, so I didn't want to do something like that again.
Yeah, I mean, Fractured Worlds was definitely like, I had never even made something with multiple maps in it, and a lot of that was like, I'll make a bit of map 2, and then when I ran out of ideas, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go work on map 3 now, and then I just jumped around to make it like a bit more of a smooth process for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good way to do it.
Yeah. The midis in Down the Drain are obviously like a huge part of it. You created the separate music pack for it, which has like a lot of Radiohead and Nirvana and like 90s anime midis. Did you have that MIDI selection? Was that initially like a big part of it, that selection of midis? Because it comes as like a separate pack. So what was your like, why did you decide to make it separate, and was the MIDI selection like a big part of the process?
Yeah, it was definitely part of the design goal, was to have like very 90s nostalgic midis for me. Like it was sort of like, I want to make a WOD that if I had played this as a teenager in the 90s, I would have been like, heck yeah, this is all my favorite stuff. And so I loved Radiohead. I still love Radiohead, but like I was listening to Radiohead constantly in the 90s. So most of the midis are Radiohead, not necessarily because like I wanted that many Radiohead midis, but there just turns out there's a lot of good Radiohead midis that people have made over the years. And so yeah, I wanted 90s midis, just midis that were nostalgic for me. And then some of them aren't actually in the 90s, but I use them anyways. Like one of the live songs, I think, "Run to the Water" is from like the aughts, but I was played a little bit loose with that just because sometimes there were just midis that were too good to not use.
Or it sounds 90s enough anyway,
Yeah, and it's live. Live was like more of a 90s band, even if this one came out in the aughts.
Yeah.
And then making it a separate file is sort of two reasons. Is it's sort of an old way to do it, like Hell Revealed and Memento Mori. No, Memento Mori doesn't. I just played it, so I should know. But Hell Revealed does it. And also, like, I realized since all these midis are for me, like, not everyone's going to want to listen to them. And so to have an easy option to just not load them, I thought was a good idea.
Well, very conscientious of you.
Yeah. And I think because also, like, aiming for nostalgia, like, Doom 2 soundtrack has a lot of nostalgia for me, so I also enjoy playing it without my custom midis, just because I like to hear the Doom 2 midis and just how they sort of like in a 90s Maximum Doom kind of way. Like if you're making a map, you're not thinking about what the MIDI is going to be. It just happens. If it falls in this map slot, then that's what the music's going to be.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see like how that changes the way you feel about the map, or how it changes the tone of the map. So yeah, it was fun to have that as an option to play with just Doom 2's music.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely still like. I suppose when I hear a standard stock Doom MIDI on a map, I'm automatically like, oh well, maybe they should have chosen like a custom MIDI for this. But I still think that Doom has banger MIDIs, frankly.
Yeah, some really great ones. Like D Runnin', I was thinking about just changing map 15 to have a different MIDI, because it's the second appearance of D Runnin', and I feel like it doesn't fit that map very well. But I sort of came around to it and embraced it, because it's like D Runnin' is sort of the anthem of like janky 90s maps, and sometimes it'll be playing and it'll be completely inappropriate for a map, but that's sort of the experience that D Runnin' gives you.
Well, yeah, I also really like TNT's music, which has a lot of weird ones in it. But I think you hadn't actually fully played through TNT, right? I think me and Rubix took you through maybe half of it in Xander because we were both shocked and dismayed to find out that you had not played through TNT.
Yeah, that's right. I played, like, by myself. I think I played like the first 5 maps or something like that, and then we played some, which I don't remember. In general, I have a pretty bad memory for Doom WoDs, but I think on that night in particular I had a few drinks, so I don't remember much of TNT.
Well, I was just surprised because TNT to me out of the iWods is the most Benjo. Especially the later maps where it gets very like abstract and weird, and like you have these large open spaces with nothing in them, and like to me it just felt like tonally TNT is the one that sort of would have resonated with you the most. But then you hadn't even played it, so I was quite surprised.
Yeah, it is pretty surprising. Maybe I should play it again. Maybe.
It's good, yeah. Keep on your 90s kick. Play some TNT. So to finish up, and I think this will be a question that I'm going to ask everybody because I do think it's interesting, even though it's a very basic question. I'm curious what your favorite monster in Doom is and why.
Oh boy, I think the easiest answer, the first thing that popped in my head was Archvile.
Right. Yep.
It's very easy. They're very unique, very strong. I love the raising up of dead monsters is such an interesting mechanic that you can use in a lot of different ways. But also shout outs to the Pain Elemental. I feel like I used to really, or just Lost Souls, honestly. I used to say that Lost Souls and Pain Elementals are like my least favorite monsters in Doom, but just maybe through the process of mapping, they feel like a really important niche, I think, of monsters, especially just Lost Souls, as sort of a low tier monster that you can't really circle strafe. And also they just create like a lot of chaos and infighting, and they fill up spaces in different ways than you might expect. So I really come to appreciate Lost Souls and Pain Elementals. But nothing beats the Archvile, I think.
Yeah, I don't think there's another monster in another game that really does everything that an Archvile does. Especially its weird attack, where it's like hit scan, and it bounces you, and it gets infinite range if you attack them, and it has all this like weird coding nuance to it that makes it like just a very strange monster.
Yeah, I think Doom 2 gets a lot of crap for being like as a sequel, like really weak because it doesn't have like that much new stuff, just one new weapon and some new monsters and then just maps. And like people think the texture set's like not even as good as Doom 1 and stuff like that, but I think Doom 2 really deserves a lot of credit for all of its new monsters because I think they all have really they all fill really good niches that need to be filled. And
oh, absolutely. I mean, if you play a Doom 1, like I can't really play Doom 1 custom mods anymore because it's missing so much into, because if you think about the Doom 1 roster, realistically they're all just bigger imps, like because Doom 1 doesn't have a huge amount of verticality anyway, so the Cacodemon isn't really used, it's not utilized very well as a flying monster. So what ends up happening is you have like a Cacodemon in a hallway, and then he's just a fat imp, and a Baron is just a really fat imp. So the mid tier is very weak in Doom 1, and Doom 2 does like a really exceptional job of like creating like all these extra little niche roles that really flesh out the sandbox, I think.
Yeah, I think, Manx and Arachnotrons, of course Revs, but Manx and Arachnotrons both really good monsters. Manx still, like, I feel like they make me feel bad at Doom all the time. That just hit me, like...
When I come back after a hiatus, Manx are always the thing that hit me the most.
Yeah, it's like, I know there's a way I can avoid this reliably, but for some reason, they still baffle me.
Yeah. Well... Thanks for being on what is the first episode of this podcast. It was really good talking to you. A lot of insight into like your process and stuff, which is cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
And who knows, maybe if this, 200 episodes from now, when I have an audible ad that you skip at the beginning of my podcast, maybe I'll have you back on, and we'll talk about your 20th vanilla WOD that you're releasing.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks, and I'll try. I think I'm gonna try to release these. You know, maybe every couple of weeks or something along that line. I haven't worked out a steady thing yet, but yeah, I will finish up here. And thanks again, Ben.
All right, thank you for having me. See ya.
See ya.
Yeah, that was good fun. I like that one. I think I may actually have to have a word with the guys. Like, legitimately. I am fucking beyond normal levels of exhaustion today. I do not know what has happened, but I am completely fucked. Absolutely exhausted. I do not think I'm going to be able to do raid night tonight at all. I really don't. And I'm the asshole that fucking tried to just set it up like 5 hours ago. You fecked the same today. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's... Tried so hard to wake up, but it's just not happening. It's literally not happening. Like, I can feel a very, very, very faint buzzing in my ears. Just cannot think at all. Anyway, hold up, Sam. Anyway, that was enjoyable. I'll probably listen to more. I didn't give much input because I just had no brain power to think of anything to say. I was just sort of just in the moment and listening to it, which makes for really bad stream content. You're lurking? That's fair. Everybody's about to turn up as well. I feel really fucking bad. I'm the one that started this. I'm the one that tried to get everybody in, and I'm the one that's gonna have to fucking bow out at this rate. Fuck, dude. That's... fuck. What the hell do I do? What do I do? I think the coffee I tried to drink to wake myself up has just made me feel sick, which is not helping at all. There really isn't actually that much left in the map, because this bottom area is it. That's the end of the map down now. I think I'd probably be fine going a raid night if I could just sit there and just do mechanics and not need to give a shit, but I am the call-out guy, so... I can't quite tell, but I feel like I can hear a cat in the background. Okay, maybe not two layers of these things. I feel like I can hear a cat in the background, but I can't quite. Yeah, I can. Okay, and there is a cat in the background. Shut up. Oh, good lord. Fuck. I really can't. I cannot focus on this anymore. I really cannot. Today sucks. I mean, oh, good voice. Let's try that again, but not actually turn them a fucking child. How are you doing that, Sam, in terms of mapping? Did this guy yesterday? Okay. Oh yeah, I saw this guy actually. Well, that's good. I guess let's get somewhere.
Oh, so you better have added height variation. I mean, you can. You absolutely can. Yeah, I know this map is symmetrical. I kinda don't give a fuck, to be honest, if it's symmetrical. As I say, it's meant to be more of a boss map, quote unquote, so... It's like something that Hexen would do is like a... Oh, sorry, Heretic would do is like a final boss. That'd be pretty fucking... That'd be a pretty funny meme, actually. My eyes are rolling in the back of my head and everything. This is not good. I don't think I've felt this tired in literally years. And it doesn't make any sense. I don't think I should be this tired. Guys, how do we get out of this situation? I'm literally the guy that tried to ask if everybody was available for raid night so that we could do raid night tonight. And now that it's almost time for raid night, I do not want to do it anymore. So what the fuck do I do? Do I just need to bite the bullet? I think I just need to bite the bullet, and then that's it. I literally hate myself for like 2 hours straight.
Cool router power. That's not a bad idea. It might be crazy enough to work. Thing is that if I do that, I'm not gonna be able to live with myself. After last week's dreadful performance, I've been wanting to have a better chance, have a better fucking play, but if I'm this tired, it's not gonna be good. I think my issue is that I'm thinking about this from the perspective of me being the group leader, and I'm gonna be honest. If I did that, if somebody did that and was like, "Hey, I thought I was up for it, but I need to go," my first response would be, "All right, you're out the fucking group. We're gonna get somebody else." And that's my problem. That's why I'm never the leader, though. That's why I'll never be a leader, to be honest. Too toxic. But then again, I think I'd only do that if it was me. I don't think I would do that with anybody else. I think it's just me I would do that with. I think it would only be that harsh with me. It wouldn't be that harsh with anybody else. If I was in a group with me, I'd be looking for any fucking excuse to get rid of the prick. I think I'm going to bite the bullet, but I'm going to try to see if I can get away without callouts. I think that's my issue. I just do not like being the callout guy, but I'm the only one. Well, I'm not the only one, technically, but I'm good at being the callout guy, and that's where the fucking problem arises. Well, except for the other night. Let's not talk about the other night. That other night was fucking dreadful. Holy fuck. I was actually... I'm surprised I didn't get fucking banned for streaming something that bad. It's absolutely abysmal play. And abysmal callouts. All around abysmals. I've got a habit of being unable to leave walls like too barren for too long. The joke was it was not intended to be a joke, but like I couldn't have just left this wall as it is. I had to add that barren face in there for some fucking reason. Yeah, I think if I was more awake, this map would be finished, but I can't. I don't think I'll finish it today. I've only got like an hour left. Don't really need to deal with that side yet. Because it's going to be symmetrical, I'm just going to finish off this half in terms of detail and I'm going to just copy paste it on the other side. This does feel like a waste of a day though. I was sort of hoping to start map 14. At 14? 13. Aren't that far ahead yet. I don't actually have to do this. Let's not do that for a second. Yeah, I should not have had that coffee. I think that coffee actually made me worse, way worse. I've just not felt great ever since having it. Oh my god, Vortel, why'd you do that? Okay, that was the program that time. Wait, why did I do that? That was pointless. It's not what I wanted to do at all. How dark is that out of curiosity? I should actually check just how dark that is. I think it should be fine, I'm just gonna check. You can almost make that with an SR50, but thankfully you can. Okay, you know what? That's a perfect darkness, I think. What I'm going for. Alright, everybody's here. Well, I guess we gotta do raid night. Can't avoid it now. I guess my other issue is that with me being this tired, I'm worried I'm gonna actually just start fucking self-harming on stream. That would be against the regulations, so I do not want to start getting that upset about it. You need like a quick course on how to not lose your cool when you're really fucking tired and extremely crab it. Dude. Like, it's so weird. I don't, like, I did not sleep for long. I feel like I got plenty of sleep, so I don't know why I'm this completely fucked. Maybe what I should do is I should get like a jug of like ice cold water and just dip my head in it. And then keep it there for 5 minutes. What do I want to do here? What do I want to do here? I don't really want to do anything here, really. Kind of like the wood aesthetic, but I don't think I want this wood. What's that library aesthetic? What's it called? There it is. Panel. Pan. Pan case. This works. Make a fake library of some kind. It's interesting how all of this is apparently sitting at the very bottom of like a floating space rock. Dog, I will kick you right in the butt if I see you do that again. I need you to not do that, dog. No reason to misbehave. Don't misbehave. This is hard to fit anywhere. Guess that'll do. I guess that'll do. I might actually need to get something to eat before raid night starts. I wonder if that's the reason why the coffee has kicked my ass. Maybe I was drinking coffee on an empty stomach, which is not a good idea. I explain the chronic heartburn I'm currently going through. I have 2 burgers, so maybe when I go to change game in like 45 minutes, I'll just make food. Yeah, I did say I was going to come back, but I don't think I will. I think I will probably after raid night go straight to bed or something. Come back tomorrow, hopefully with newfound energy and actually complete these maps. What is this a picture of? I've looked at it so many times in my like in my life playing Doom. I actually have no fucking idea what the hell it is. Oh. Try that again. How well did everything get intact? Most of the things got intact pretty well. Wait, that makes sense because we did it from there. Alright, if I could play my cards right and I can think clearly, I could actually finish the layout today and then I could finish the fight tomorrow. Then it wouldn't actually be that much of a wasted day, even though I think it is, objectively. Who gives a shit about what I think? There we go, I think? Yeah, that's there we go. Just keep adding more. I honestly need more of these type of decorations, I think. I do feel like I rely on them a little too much, just as a crux. It's like a Cacodemon variant that I could easily take. could cheat and do that. Works for me. I don't know why I particularly had the wood aesthetic for this part. It's just in my mind I just see wood for this segment. A little worried about the height of that not being able to reach anything, but it reaches it, we're fine. You know, I'm just thinking about it. Is this how Spendo feels all the time? Wait. Oh, that's, wait, no. Oh, no, that's fine. That's exactly the same. What am I doing? Guess it just looks better from this angle. Anyway. Hold on, what if I just... hello? We appear to be having an issue. What song is it not playing? Wait, is this one again? What is with that song in particular just not playing? Just thought I'd do a little weird bit of outside area since and make sure the player remembers that he is in the weird land zone. Okay, this part's almost done actually. Sort of wish I had more brain power at the time. We could have been out of here in no time. They have the same John Romero setup that I had in one of the previous maps.
I do not remember those textures being deleted, but apparently they were. At some point. You did actually get used to the names of specific textures so I can just quickly access them instead of doing what I've been doing and wandering around for 20 minutes because I cannot remember the fucking name of a single texture. It'd just be a lot easier to just pull them out that way. Okay, what's the grey texture then? N for normie, I guess. I guess it's just the N for normie. Alright, let me add the John Romero jump scare again. So I've got this set up basically perfectly. I'm just going to copy paste what I have. Just do the exact same thing on map 12. Seven. I think that's it.
That's not where we stop. Let's fix that real quick. Do some quick texture fixing. Now we're in the game. Oh wait, whatever. So these Spider Masterminds fire lasers and they have far less health, but I haven't given them a new sprite yet. They're also a bit smaller. But yeah, they have half the HP they normally do. Still debating on having them fly. I think I know why that happened. I need to go back and change that. Okay, I'm actually not sure why that happened, because this is now more fucked up than it's ever been. Not entirely sure what the fuck just happened there. Well, here comes the John Romero jump scare, so here comes loud noises. Again, I'm going to change the John Romero jump scare. I'm not going to keep it like that. Okay, so... I think I might know what happened there. I'm just going to move them back for safety reasons. I wonder if it's got anything to do with just the extra lines that I added to indicate... to lower the thingamabobbers. Yep, that's the one. Let's try it again. Yeah, okay, that's it. I think maybe they actually might have fucked something up with the speed or just the position of some things. But now it seems to be normal. I really like this wand. I'm a big fan. What the? Alright, we have a fucked up texture. I'm not sure what happened though. Just quickly sort that out, I suppose. It's not gonna take that long. Alright, so it's it's here. So yeah, now that works just fine. I mean, it's a bit weird, but it works. Last thing I think I'll fix is just this. Man, I'm miffed that today was so lame. Guess that would have been on map 14 now. It would have been great. I'm still somewhat tempted to use the flying spider mastermind, but I would have to just change the sprite because the sprite just really doesn't look that good. Doesn't matter what to do with it. What the fuck was that? It's probably the cat, but fucking hell, I really wish it would stop doing that. Five houses in this area have been robbed in the past like 3 years. Can we just not be a dickhead cat and scare the shit out of me? Oh yeah, you can pass through that. That just dawned on me once I come up here. The textures aren't aligned either. We need to be done. I don't know, this map's fine now. I'll definitely do the encounters tomorrow when I have way more energy than I currently have. Because there's not going to be that much in terms of encounters, so I don't think it'll be that much wasted time trying to set it all up. Yeah, that's a cat. That's definitely a cat. Alright. Actually, did the skies work? I think the skies worked, right? Oh. I just glitched that. Yeah, skies work. Kind of amusing is that the chain gun actually kind of works. Like for the spray. Anyway, this won't be the fight. There'll be other monsters in this area. Alright.